Chapter 305. It's that brat. He wants to enter the bone-burying devil cave. That despicable brat. He actually came back and wants to enter the bone-burying devil cave. Brat, get out of the bone-burying devil cave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. In an instant, everyone outside the bone-burying devil cave looked gloomy as they glared at Mo Qingyun. However, what made them hateful was that they couldn't do anything to Mo Qingyun. That was because there was an even more terrifying existence in front of them. You guys should deal with this skeletal dragon first. Mo Qingyun smiled faintly in the face of everyone's anger as he replied nonchalantly. The purple eye, you loser. I let you escape last time. You won't have another chance this time. Hun Yang's face was gloomy as he looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain. Then, he directly attacked Mo Qingyun. Dark Thunder Ice Blast. The eye between Hun Yang's eyebrows flashed. A ray of ice and thunder sword chi blasted out from it and attacked Mo Qingyun at an extremely fast speed. Loser, hearing Hun Yang's words, Mo Qingyun didn't take it seriously and smiled. His body emitted a strong battle intent as he said proudly, "That's good. I can use you to test the power of my martial technique and soul secret technique. I Blade Radiance." Facing Hun Yang's attack, Mo Qingyun's right eye flashed red and a red-eye Blade Radiance shot out. As soon as the eye Blade Radiance appeared, it exploded with a fierce aura that wasn't any weaker than Hun Yang's eye sword chi. Bang! When the Blade Radiance and the sword chi collided, a muffled sound was immediately heard. Instantly, it exploded and released rays of origin energy. That kind of scene was like fireworks, gorgeous and dazzling. Following the dissipation of the elemental energy glow, Hun Yang's all-out attack was easily neutralized by Mo Qingyun. After seeing this scene, Hun Yang's expression immediately changed, revealing a look of disbelief. His all-out attack had actually been easily neutralized by Mo Qingyun. Moreover, Mo Qingyun had even used an ocular secret technique. Didn't this mean that Mo Qingyun's use of ocular secret techniques had already reached his level? He clearly remembered that a few days ago, Mo Qingyun didn't even know what the eye mysteries were. This is impossible. How could this brat know the ocular secret technique? Han Yang kept shaking his head, unable to accept such an outcome. In just a few days, Mo Qingyun had grasped the eye secret technique. His comprehension ability was too high. If Han Yang knew that the reason why Mo Qingyun was able to comprehend and master the ocular secret technique was because he had seen him use it, he would definitely be furious. Han Yang didn't know how he would feel. Now, you're not the only one who knows the eye's secret technique. Looking at the shocked expression on Han Yang's face, Mo Qingyun smiled brightly and replied to Han Yang. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Han Yang's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Humph, even if you're lucky enough to have grasped the eye's secret technique, you'll still be defeated by me. Don't forget how I defeated you a few days ago." Lucky? Hearing Han Yang's self-righteous words, Mo Qingyun looked at him disdainfully and mocked. "If that's the case, then let's compete again and see whose eye's secret technique is more powerful." As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he no longer hesitated and immediately attacked Han Yang. A light battle seal. A red light flashed in Mo Qingyun's right eye, and a terrifying flame surged. Within the flame, numerous flame battle seals were rapidly condensed. As soon as the flame battle seals were formed, they rapidly bombarded Han Yang, emitting a shocking flame energy. Not only that, but the flame energy also carried a powerful ultimacy. This was the Level 3 Fire Ultimacy. Ultimacy, Level 3 Fire Ultimacy. Feeling the ultimacy in the battle seals, Hun Yang's expression immediately changed, revealing an expression of disbelief. Mo Qingyun had actually integrated the ultimacy into the eye's secret technique. Even he couldn't do this. In other words, Mo Qingyun had surpassed him in the use of the eye's secret technique. No, impossible. It must be an illusion. How could ultimacy be integrated into the eye's secret technique? At this moment, Hun Yang's expression was agitated. He kept shaking his head, unable to accept the fact that he had been surpassed by Mo Qingyun. Black Thunder Ice Blast. While Han Yang was still in shock, the eye between his eyebrows flashed, and an astonishing aura erupted. Once again, an Ice Thunder Sword aura blasted out. Chi under the impact of the Fire Dragon Battle Seal's flame energy, the Ice Thunder Sword aura immediately emitted a sizzling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a cloud of mist. After dispersing the Ice Thunder Sword aura, the Eye Light Battle Seal didn't slow down and continued to bombard Han Yang. Facing the bombardment of the Eye Light Battle Seal, Han Yang's expression turned solemn. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly punched at the Eye Light Battle Seal. Han Yang's punch was like a ravenous wolf, and the violent origin energy rushed towards the Eye Light Battle Seal. Bang, bang, bang. Under Han Yang's punch, the Eye Light Battle Seals exploded one after another, emitting a loud sound and emitting a wave of origin energy. Under this wave of origin energy, Han Yang's body was forced to retreat continuously, and his chi and blood were in turmoil. Just as Han Yang was forced to retreat by the origin energy, Mo Qingyun's right eye flashed with a scarlet glow once again. Immediately after, a scarlet saber gleam with an astonishing aura blasted towards Han Yang at extreme speed. At this moment, this scarlet saber gleam not only emitted the third-level fire profound meaning, but also an even more mysterious power. Saber Force. From Mo Qingyun's Eye Light Saber Gleam, Han Yang could sense the existence of Saber Force. Immediately, shock appeared on his face. Mo Qingyun had actually integrated Saber Force into the Eye Light secret technique. Saber Force. This brat actually integrated Saber Force into the Eye Light secret technique. Once again, Han Yang's expression changed into one of shock and horror. His eyes widened as he stared at Mo Qingyun, and he exclaimed, he actually used the Eye Light secret technique to such an extent. At this moment, while Han Yang's heart was filled with fear, the Eye Light Saber Gleam approached him and slashed towards him at extreme speed. Prince Han Yang, be careful. Seeing this scene, the expression of an expert from the Soul Kingdom beside Han Yang immediately changed, and he blocked the attack for Han Yang. Earth Origin's Sacred Fist, this expert from the Soul Kingdom, who was at the 6th level of the Yuan Dan stage, blasted out both of his fists at extreme speed, blasting out a series of powerful fist shadows. However, under the bombardment of the Eye Light Saber Gleam, these fist shadows were forcefully defeated in a single exchange. Pucci. After dispersing the fist shadows, the Eye Light Saber Gleam's speed did not decrease, and it directly slashed the body of this 6th level Yuan Dan stage expert. After being hit by the Eye Light Saber Gleam, a hideous wound immediately appeared on his body, and he instantly lost the ability to fight. Protector Han Rong. Seeing that this 6th level Yuan Dan stage expert was severely injured, the rest of the people from the Soul Kingdom immediately rushed towards him. At the same time, some of the other experts from the Soul Kingdom seemed to be in a killing frenzy. They directly ignored the skeletal demon beast and rushed towards Mo Qingyun with frenzied expressions. Seeing the people from the Soul Kingdom rushing towards him, Mo Qingyun's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he said, "You want to bully me with numbers? Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore." As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he disappeared before everyone's eyes and entered the burial cave. Seeing that Mo Qingyun had entered the burial cave, Han Yang's face immediately darkened, and he shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, don't hold back. Otherwise, all the treasures in the burial cave will be taken away by that kid." Hearing Han Yang's words, the surrounding people's expressions immediately changed, and their attacks became fierce. As everyone's attacks became fierce, the skeletal dragon immediately fell into a disadvantageous position and was forcefully suppressed by everyone. Inside the burial cave, Mo Qingyun did not know that because of him, Han Yang and the others had become united. This allowed Han Yang and the others to attack without holding back, and in an instant, they suppressed the skeletal dragon, causing it to fall into a dangerous situation. As soon as Mo Qingyun entered the burial cave, he realized that the view inside the burial cave was obviously much dimmer. Fortunately, Mo Qingyun had the heavenly soul demon eye, and his vision was far superior to that of ordinary people. Although he was somewhat affected, he could still barely see the scene inside the burial cave. After scanning around, Mo Qingyun realized that the burial cave was filled with skeletons. There were skeletons of humans, monsters, and birds. Looking at the skeletons of monsters in front of him, Mo Qingyun's face was full of vigilance, and he carefully walked forward. Because he had encountered too many skeletal demon beasts on his way to the burial cave, he had to be careful now. There were so many skeletons here. If there were skeletal demon beasts hidden inside, it would be very scary. Mo Qingyun made a rough estimate. Given the number of skeletons in front of him, if there were skeletal demon beasts hidden inside, there would be at least tens of thousands of them. At the thought of being besieged by tens of thousands of skeletal demon beasts, Mo Qingyun's heart could not help but tremble a little. That kind of scene was really too frightening. As Mo Qingyun carefully walked forward, he felt fortunate that these skeletons were all ordinary skeletons, and there was not the slightest bit of life aura. In other words, they would not become skeletal demon beasts. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun's heart relaxed a lot, and his pace quickened a little. As Mo Qingyun went deeper into the burial cave, he was surprised to find that the interior space of the burial cave was very large. If he had to describe the burial cave, he could only say that it was a small world, an otherworldly sugar source. Of course, this otherworldly sugar source was not so beautiful, and it was filled with the feeling of death. After taking a quick look at his surroundings, Mo Qingyun discovered that he was currently in the center of the bone-burying demon cave. This was a place similar to the central square, and there were many passageways around it. He did not know where they led to the burial cave. After looking around briefly, Mo Qingyun did not stay any longer and continued to walk towards the central area of the passageway. Not long after Mo Qingyun walked, a huge skeletal demon beast appeared in front of him. This skeletal demon beast was about a few hundred meters long, and its body emitted a breathtaking aura. Chapter 306. Pill Palace Realm Skeleton Demonic Beast. Sensing the aura of the demonic skeleton beast, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately tensed up, and his mood became somewhat heavy. At the same time, Mo Qingyun also felt the urge to retreat. He decided to leave the bone-burying cave. A Pill Palace Realm Skeleton Demonic Beast was too dangerous. It was better for him to stay away. However, just as Mo Qingyun was about to leave, a strange grass beside the Pill Palace Realm Skeleton Demonic Beast attracted his attention. The grass was covered in starlight, as if it was a sky full of stars, emitting a faint glow. Young Lord, that is the reincarnation corpse grass. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun was looking at the grass, the 9 temples sent him a message in an excited tone. Reincarnation corpse grass. Hearing the words of the 9 temples, Mo Qingyun was shocked and hesitated. Now that the reincarnation corpse grass was right in front of him, he would be very unwilling to go back. However, if he went to pick the reincarnation corpse grass, what if he woke up the Pill Palace Realm Skeleton Demonic Beast? This fellow was a Pill Palace Realm expert. Now, that Mo Qingyun did not have any Pill Palace trump cards. If he was attacked by the Pill Palace Realm Skeleton Demonic Beast, he would definitely die. Should I pick it or not? At this moment, Mo Qingyun was hesitant. Pick it. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? However, after a short moment of hesitation, he made a decision in his heart. With a decision in his heart, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the reincarnation corpse grass. As he got closer to the reincarnation corpse grass, the terrifying aura of the skeleton demonic beast became stronger. When this feeling appeared, Mo Qingyun was sure that the strength of this skeleton demonic beast could be above the middle level of the Pill Palace realm. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun's heart was in his throat, and he was extremely nervous. His current action was no doubt like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. If he was not careful, he would die without a corpse. 100 meters, 90 meters, 70 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Dong, dong, dong. As they approached the demonic skeleton, Mo Qingyun's heart beat faster and faster. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from outside the demon's den, causing the ground to tremble and the mountains to shake. As soon as such a movement appeared, Mo Qingyun saw that the Pill Palace realm skeletal demonic beast before him moved a little and slowly stood up. It was awake. Oh no! After this discovery, Mo Qingyun's heart immediately thumped, and a strong sense of unease rose up. As soon as this uneasiness appeared, Mo Qingyun began to struggle in his heart. He was hesitating whether or not to pluck the corpse reincarnation grass. Should he continue to pluck the grass, or turn around and leave immediately? Let's fight. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mo Qingyun revealed a trace of ruthlessness and rushed forward. He wanted to pluck the corpse reincarnation grass. Mo Qingyun rushed out and grabbed the corpse reincarnation grass in his hand. He plucked it from the ground and kept it in his chinquin bag. Then, without any hesitation, Mo Qingyun's body flashed and entered the Hexian Palace. Roar! When Mo Qingyun entered the Hexian Palace, the Pill Palace realm skeletal beast let out a furious roar. Its body emitted a terrifying wave of air. As soon as this wave of air was released, Mo Qingyun was immediately affected, causing his blood and qi to surge. Fortunately, he had already entered the Hexian Palace and let the Hexian Palace bear the brunt of the wave of air for him. Pucci. Even so, when Mo Qingyun entered the Hexian Palace, he felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the pebbled Hexian Palace shook violently for a moment under the impact of the wave of air. After shaking for a moment, the Hexian Palace returned to normal. That was close. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun's expression relaxed, and he let out a deep breath. It seemed that the Pill Palace realm skeletal beast didn't specifically attack the Hexian Palace. The shaking of the Hexian Palace was probably caused by the wave of air. After understanding this point, Mo Qingyun was no longer worried. He began to cultivate and recover from his injuries. Just now, when he was hit by the wave of air, he suffered some minor injuries. He had to cultivate and recover for a while. At this moment, Mo Qingyun was cultivating and recovering from his injuries. The Pill Palace realm skeletal beast seemed to have gone mad as it rushed out of the bone-burying devil cave. Dong, dong, dong. With every step the Pill Palace realm skeletal beast took, the ground would shake violently, causing people's hearts to tremble unconsciously. At this moment, when the Pill Palace realm skeletal beast rushed out of the bone-burying devil cave, Hun Yang and the others just happened to rush in. However, when Hun Yang and the others saw the Pill Palace realm skeletal beast, they were instantly stunned. They didn't expect that there would be an even more terrifying skeletal beast in the bone-burying devil cave. After being stunned for a short moment, Hun Yang and the others screamed and immediately ran out of the bone-burying devil cave. At this moment, they no longer thought about the treasures. To them, preserving their lives was the most important thing. Seeing Hun Yang and the others in front of it, the Pill Palace realm skeletal beast roared in anger and attacked them in a frenzy. At this moment, when the skeletal beast was chasing after Hun Yang and the others, the bone-burying devil cave suddenly exploded. The place where the reincarnation corpse grass grew suddenly emitted a bright light, and a terrifying aura exploded. Immediately, the place where the reincarnation corpse grass grew was like a volcanic eruption, spewing out a large amount of black origin force mist. When the origin force mist spewed out, there were also beasts with big eyes within the origin force mist. These were all eye devils, Yuan Dan realm eye devils. The moment these eye devils appeared, they were like a plague of locusts, rushing out of the bone-burying devil cave. At this moment, the entire ground of the bone-burying devil cave was covered by these eye devils, and it was a black mass. After seeing it, One's scalp would go numb. If a timid person saw this scene, they might be so scared that they would lose control of their bowels. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of eye devils. Such a scene was too frightening. Even a Pill Palace realm expert would be turned into a hornet's nest if he encountered so many eye devils. After the eye devils appeared, they quickly ran out of the bone-burying devil cave. After a while, the bone-burying devil cave became empty. Within He Xian's palace, Mo Qingyun knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. If he knew that because of his actions, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of eye devils had appeared, he would be shocked beyond words. A day later, under Mo Qingyun's cultivation, his injuries were completely healed. Not only that, after this cultivation, his cultivation base had increased slightly, reaching the peak of early-stage true energy realm. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun stopped cultivating and took out the reincarnation corpse grass, preparing to refine it. Once Mo Qingyun held the reincarnation corpse grass in his hand, it emitted a mysterious energy. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and prepared to refine the reincarnation corpse grass. Young Lord, wait. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was about to refine the reincarnation corpse grass, the Nine Temples suddenly spoke, interrupting him. Hearing the Nine Temples' words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed to one of confusion. He asked, "Nine Temples, what's wrong?" "Young Lord, it's such a waste for you to refine the reincarnation corpse grass." Hearing Mo Qingyun's confusion, the Nine Temples immediately explained to Mo Qingyun, "The reincarnation corpse grass is the main ingredient in refining the reincarnation corpse pill. If you can find the pill formula and gather the other ingredients, you can refine the reincarnation corpse pill." The Nine Temples said excitedly, "When the time comes, you can consume the reincarnation corpse pill. The effect will definitely be 10 times or even 100 times better than directly refining the reincarnation corpse grass." Reincarnation corpse pill. Hearing the Nine Temples' words, Mo Qingyun frowned and hesitated. After a short moment of hesitation, he decided to listen to the Nine Temples' suggestion and refine the reincarnation corpse grass after refining it. "Since I can't refine the reincarnation corpse grass, I'll leave the He Xian Palace first." Seeing that his injuries had healed and he couldn't refine the reincarnation corpse grass, Mo Qingyun didn't plan to stay in the He Xian Palace any longer. Following that, Mo Qingyun first sensed the commotion outside. After confirming that there was no danger, he carefully left the He Xian Palace. He couldn't be careless. A Pill Palace realm skeletal beast was too terrifying. Once he returned to the Boneyard Devil Cave, Mo Qingyun's face was filled with shock as he looked at the huge pit in front of him. At this moment, in the central region of the Boneyard Devil Cave, there was a huge pit that emitted an ancient aura. Pung, pung, pung. While Mo Qingyun was still in shock, he suddenly felt his eyes twitching rapidly. He felt that there was something calling out to him from the bottom of the pit. "My eyes." After realizing this, Mo Qingyun's face was filled with shock. Immediately, he jumped into the pit. Once he entered the pit, Mo Qingyun felt as if he had entered another world. After realizing this, he carefully sized up his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he slowly walked forward. After walking for a while, Mo Qingyun saw many blood vessel-like passageways in front of him. These blood vessel-like passageways emitted a familiar aura. It was the aura of the heavenly soul demon eye. After realizing this, Mo Qingyun's heart trembled as he thought of a possibility. The fragment of the heavenly soul demon eye might be right in front of him. Pung, 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 pung. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyun's heartbeat immediately sped up. He was extremely excited. Immediately, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and immediately walked forward. After a while, a broken eyeball appeared in front of him. As Mo Qingyun approached the broken eyeball, he sensed a familiar aura from it. This was the fragment of the heavenly soul demon eye. At this moment, Mo Qingyun was glad that there was no eye demon attached to the fragment of the heavenly soul demon eye. Otherwise, he would have to put in a lot of effort to refine the fragment of the heavenly soul demon eye. Chapter 307. In Haitian's Palace. Looking at the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye, Mo Qingyun was excited. As long as he refined the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye, his heavenly soul's demon eye would be strengthened again. Then, without hesitation, Mo Qingyun started to refine the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. A pure origin power shot out from Mo Qingyun's palm and flowed into the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. As soon as the origin power entered the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye, it started to refine it. As Mo Qingyun refined the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye, his soul star shone brightly and its aura became sharper. The 9 corners of the soul star, which were originally incomplete, were gradually perfected. Just like that, time passed as Mo Qingyun refined the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month of hard work, Mo Qingyun had refined almost 90% of the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun put in more effort to refine the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. He planned to refine the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye in one go. However, what surprised Mo Qingyun was that he was unable to refine the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. There seemed to be a strange power in the remaining fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye that was preventing him from refining it. After realizing this, Mo Qingyun released a strand of soul power to sense the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. After sensing it, Mo Qingyun was surprised that this strange power felt familiar to him. At the same time, something that shocked Mo Qingyun happened. His light gate martial soul suddenly flew out of his body. After the light door martial soul left Mo Qingyun's body, the light door, which had been shut all this time, slowly opened. As the light gate opened, a terrifying aura was emitted from it. It made one feel as though they had traveled to ancient times. Light gate martial soul. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the light gate martial spirit, Mo Qingyun's expression froze. He was shocked by this scene. At this moment, Mo Qingyun was shocked. A strange force was released from the light gate martial spirit. After this strange power appeared, it slowly entered the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. Then, the heavenly soul's demonic eye fragment shone brightly, and an ancient stone flew out from it. As soon as the stone appeared, it flew towards the light gate martial soul at an extremely fast speed and finally merged with the light gate martial soul. Then, strange runes flashed on the ancient stone and emitted a terrifying ancient aura. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyun's expression changed again. He was stunned by the scene before him. This made him even more curious about the origin of the light gate martial soul. Is this light gate martial spirit really just a martial spirit? Mo Qingyun narrowed his eyes and frowned. Many questions and conjectures arose in his mind. While Mo Qingyun was puzzled, the light gate martial spirit merged with the ancient stone and returned to his body. Then, the light gate martial spirit became silent and returned to its previous state. Mo Qingyun did not think too much about this. He turned his head to look at the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye and started to refine it again. Without the interference of the ancient stone, Mo Qingyun's process of refining the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye became much smoother. A day later, the remaining fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye was completely refined by Mo Qingyun. Then, Mo Qingyun completely refined the fragment of the heavenly soul's demon eye. His eyes immediately emitted a sharp aura. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and they looked extremely deep. It was like a boundless starry sky. Yeah, the space inside the heavenly soul's demon eye seems to have become bigger. Mo Qingyun was shocked. He was surprised by the changes in the heavenly soul's demon eye and started to sense the space inside it. After sensing for a while, Mo Qingyun realized that the space inside the Heavenly Soul's demon eye was about the size of a small straw hut. Now, the space inside the Heavenly Soul's demon eye was about the size of a building. It had increased by almost 5 times. The outline of the second soul star has formed. When sensing the changes in the space inside the soul star, Mo Qingyun was surprised to find that there was an outline of another soul star beside the first soul star. Seeing the changes in the soul star, Mo Qingyun could not help but think, the bloodline of the Heavenly Soul's demon eye has been strengthened and the outline of the second soul star has appeared. I wonder if my eyes have been strengthened. With this thought, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately started to practice. Then, a ray of purple light shot out from Mo Qingyun's eyes. It shot towards a huge stone in Heishin's palace. Bang! After being hit by Mo Qingyun's eye ray, the huge stone immediately exploded, releasing a terrifying energy wave. It's comparable to the attack of a half-step pill palace. Seeing the destruction caused by his attack, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. He was extremely excited in his heart. He did not expect that after refining the fragments of the Heavenly Soul's demon eye, the power of his eye ray would increase by so much. Although the power of the eye light has increased a lot, it consumes a lot more of my power. While Mo Qingyun was pleasantly surprised, he also felt a little helpless in his heart. He thought to himself, with the strength of my eye energy, it seems like 2 attacks from a half-step pill palace is already my limit. Although 2 times is not enough, it's still a good trump card. After a short moment of disappointment, Mo Qingyun revealed a faint smile. He was looking forward to it and said, after the Heavenly Soul's demon I was strengthened, the power of the eye ray has increased. I wonder if there are any changes to the power of my soul and elemental energy eye rays. With this thought, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately tested the changes in his soul and elemental energy eye rays. The results disappointed Mo Qingyun. The power of his soul and elemental energy eye rays did not change because of the strengthening of the Heavenly Soul's demon eye. It seems like the strength of my soul and elemental energy eye rays is related to my elemental energy cultivation and the strength of my soul. After thinking about it this way, Mo Qingyun understood. He sighed inwardly. It seems that I have to speed up my cultivation. Otherwise, if my cultivation is too weak, it will be useless no matter how strong my techniques are. Increasing my cultivation is the way to go. Since I've refined the fragments of the Heavenly Soul's demon eye, it's time to return to Pine Cauldron City. With this thought, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and left the Heishin Palace in a flash. At this moment, as soon as Mo Qingyun left the Heishin Palace, he felt a buzz in his head. Then, Mo Qingyun realized that the ground began to shake violently as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Dong, dong, dong. As the ground shook, the walls of the Burying Bones Devil Cave began to collapse rapidly. Large rocks fell from the cliff and landed on the ground with loud noises, causing dust and smoke to rise from the ground. The teleportation gate. When he saw this scene, Mo Qingyun didn't dare hesitate. He immediately flashed into the teleportation gate and left this place. Swoosh! Then, Mo Qingyun's vision blurred, and he arrived outside the Burying Bones Devil Cave. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun arrived outside the Burying Bones Devil Cave, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were at least tens of thousands of eye demons in front of him. So many eye demons. Seeing these eye demons, Mo Qingyun was terrified and was about to use the teleportation gate to leave this place. However, just as Mo Qingyun was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. To Mo Qingyun's surprise, not only did these eye demons not attack him, but they all knelt down and bowed to him sincerely. These eye demons are bowing to me. Mo Qingyun was dumbfounded by the actions of the eye demons. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had thought of many possibilities just now, but the scene before him was really beyond his expectations. After a short moment of shock, Mo Qingyun was confused. He thought to himself and guessed, eye demons were born from the demonic eye fragments of the Heavenly Soul. My God refined the demonic eye fragments of the heavenly soul. Could this be why they are bowing to me? Could it be that these eye demons are like the ants in the ant nest and treat me as their queen? Is that why they are bowing to me? At this moment, a strange idea appeared in Mo Qingyun's mind. In Mo Qingyun's opinion, this was the only possibility that could explain these eye demons' abnormal actions. After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was feeling depressed, he suddenly had a pleasant discovery. He thought to himself, if this is the case, I can subdue these eye demons. As soon as this thought appeared in Mo Qingyun's mind, he immediately became excited. Just imagining a Yuan Dan realm eye demon with hundreds of thousands of words was terrifying and frightening. Immediately, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately planted a soul mark on one of the eye demons with a level 9 Yuan Dan realm eye demon. Mo Qingyun felt that after doing this, it would be easier for him to communicate with the eye demons. Mo's son greets Queen Mother. After being planted a soul mark on by Mo Qingyun, this Yuan Dan realm eye demon, who was at the peak of level 9 Yuan Dan realm, eye demon respectfully transmitted a message to Mo Qingyun. As expected, they treat us as their queen ants. Hearing how Mo's son addressed him, Mo Qingyun smiled bitterly and asked, Mo, son, now that I have taken you away, how should I raise you in the future? Queen Mother, we are the same as other demonic beasts. As long as we absorb the origin energy of heaven and earth, we can maintain our lives. Mo, son, replied. In addition, if we have enough cultivation resources, our cultivation will increase very quickly. I see. Mo Qingyun nodded and smiled faintly. If this is the case, it won't be too difficult to raise them. Next, Mo Qingyun and Mo's son conversed for a while. Then he took out a large amount of elemental spirit stones and threw them into Xian Palace for Mo's son and the rest to absorb and refine. Fortunately, I have more than 10 billion elemental spirit stones. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to raise these eye demons. Thinking of the 10 billion elemental spirit stones he had, Mo Qingyun smiled in relief. I seem to be able to sense Qi Lian's existence. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was feeling relieved, he suddenly sensed something in his soul. Chapter 308. Looks like I have to return to Pine Cauldron City immediately. After a short moment of hesitation, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately returned to Pine Cauldron City. Even though Savage Beast was also in the Pill Palace realm, his cultivation base had yet to recover to the middle level of the Pill Palace realm. If he were to encounter a middle-level Pill Palace realm expert, or even a high-level Pill Palace realm expert, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Mo Qingyun was still very worried about the safety of Mo Fiyu and the others. After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun no longer delayed and immediately used the teleportation gate to rush back. Even though using the teleportation gate would increase the speed of his journey, it would also increase the consumption of his elemental energy. Helplessly, Mo Qingyun could only stop from time to time to cultivate and recover his elemental energy while using the teleportation gate to rush back. 5 days later, Mo Qingyun finally returned to Pine Cauldron City and rushed back to the City Lord Manor. After returning to the City Lord Manor, Mo Qingyun saw that everyone was safe and sound, and his expression relaxed. Fortunately, the Pill Palace realm experts that came to Pine Cauldron City didn't come looking for trouble or try to seize the city. Young Lord, you're back. Qingyun, you're back. Seeing that Mo Qingyun had returned, Mo Fiyu and the others were delighted and greeted him. Hearing everyone's greetings, Mo Qingyun nodded in response and said to Mo Fiyu, Father, since you finished cultivating, let's set off. Set off? We're leaving Pine Cauldron City? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Fiyu was puzzled and looked at Mo Qingyun in confusion. Seeing Mo Fiyu's expression, Mo Qingyun nodded and smiled faintly. It's time to settle some debts with the Saber King country's Han clan. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Feiyu's expression changed and revealed a trace of worry as he said, Qingyun, now that the Yuan Dan battlefield and the Dan Palace battlefield are connected, if I'm not wrong, the Hong clan should have already gathered. According to what I know, the Hong family seems to have high-level experts in the Pill Palace battlefield. This isn't something we can fight against. Mo Feiyu's face was filled with worry. Therefore, I don't think we should go there recklessly. Don't worry. Before we settle the score with the Hong family, let's go meet someone first. Seeing Mo Feiyu's worried face, Mo Qingyun smiled and comforted him. After the Pill Palace realm battlefield was connected, Mo Qingyun could sense that the distance between him and Qi Lian was rapidly closing. From this, it could be seen that Qi Lian had sensed his location and was rushing towards him. After that, Mo Qingyun, Mo Feiyu, and the others conversed for a while before leaving Pine Tripod City. Before leaving Pine Tripod City, Mo Qingyun found Li Mao and Yin Yuan. He gave them some elixirs and told them to leave Pine Tripod City as well. When the two of them were managing Pine Tripod City, they had violated the interests of many people and would definitely be hated by many. If Savage Beast left with Mo Qingyun, they would lose the support of Savage Beast. Those who had their interests harmed would definitely find trouble with them. Therefore, leaving Pine Cauldron City was the best choice. When Mo Qingyun gave the two of them the elixirs, they also handed over the billions of elemental spirit stones they had obtained from the auction house to Mo Qingyun. Li Mao and Yin Yuan asked for Mo Qingyun's elemental spirit stones. Mo Qingyun didn't reject them. Now that he had hundreds of thousands of demons to take care of, it was always a good thing to have more elemental spirit stones on him. After that, Mo Qingyun parted ways with Li Mao and Yin Yuan. He brought Mo Feiyu and the others to meet up with Qi Lian. 10 days later, Mo Qingyun arrived at the city where the Hong clan was located, Flood Marshal City. After entering Flood Marshal City, Mo Qingyun didn't immediately head to the Hong clan. Instead, he found a hotel to stay in and waited for Qi Lian's arrival. After entering the hotel, called Fragrant Valley, Mo Qingyun found a quiet seat and ordered some food and wine. Soon, the food and wine were served. There were meat and vegetables, braised, stir-fried, stewed. Seeing that the food and wine were served, Mo Qingyun and the others no longer hesitated and started tasting. As for Savage Beast, he was eating a roasted lamb at the side. He looked quite satisfied. Squeak! At this moment, while Mo Qingyun and the others were enjoying the food, the sound of a table being knocked over was heard by Mo Qingyun and the others. A young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have tripped over something and crashed into a table. Bastard, you're courting death. The young man's face darkened. He glared at Savage Beast in front of him and ordered the people behind him, "You guys kill this bastard for me." "Yes, young master Lu Xiang." Hearing the young man's words, the followers behind him immediately responded and walked towards Savage Beast. Following that, the lackeys pulled out their swords and slashed at the Savage Beasts. "Wait!" Seeing their actions, Mo Qingyun immediately stopped them and said, "Young master, my mount tripped you just now. I apologize on his behalf. Can you spare him this time?" "You're apologizing on his behalf?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Xiang's face darkened. He looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain and said, "Who the hell do you think you are? Is your apology worth anything? Why should I accept your apology?" Mo Qingyun didn't place the young man's words in his heart. He calmly replied, "Since it's like this, what kind of compensation do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I can satisfy you." "What kind of compensation do I want?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Xiang's expression changed. He playfully looked at Mo Qingyun and coldly sneered, "Brat, I'm afraid you can't afford the compensation I want. Since it's like this, how about you compensate this young master with 10 million spirit essence stones?" Without waiting for Lu Xiang to finish speaking, Mo Qingyun took out a universe bag and poured out 10 million spirit essence stones. Walala, as they fell to the ground, they emitted crashing sounds. After pouring out 10 million spirit essence stones, Mo Qingyun no longer paid any attention to Lu Xiang. He indifferently said, "Here, are 10 million spirit essence stones. Consider it compensation. 10 million spirit essence stones. Seeing the mountain of spirit essence stones on the ground, everyone in the hotel immediately revealed shocked expressions. They never thought that 10 million spirit essence stones would be casually tossed out by Emo Chingyun. Who is that boy? He's really rich. He casually tossed out 10 million spirit essence stones. In my opinion, that boy probably wants to pay up to avoid disaster. After all, this Lu Xiang's status isn't simple at all. That's right. Lu Xiang is said to be the nephew of City Lord Hong Kai-xiu. If anyone dares to offend him in Flood Marshal City, then they can only consider themselves unlucky. If that's the case, then that boy knows. For a time, everyone on the side was whispering to each other, whispering amongst themselves. As everyone was talking, Lu Xiang looked at Mo Qingyun with surprise. He was a bit surprised by Mo Qingyun's financial resources. At this moment, as Lu Xiang was looking at Mo Qingyun with surprise, Wang Zishu, standing beside Mo Qingyun, immediately attracted his attention. After seeing Wang Zishu's peerless beauty, Lu Xiang was immediately startled. A wicked grin appeared on his face. Immediately, Lu Xiang's complexion darkened. He looked at Mo Qingyun and coldly said, "Boy, I've changed my mind. 10 million spirit essence stones is too little. I want you to compensate me with 100 million spirit essence stones. Otherwise, you can have this beauty spend one night with me." Walala. As Lu Xiang spoke, Mo Qingyun took out a universe bag and poured out 90 million spirit essence stones onto the ground. He said, "Here are 100 million spirit essence stones. Take them and screw off." At this moment, Mo Qingyun's tone was cold as he spoke. As he looked at Lu Xiang, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alert the Hong family and cause unnecessary trouble, Mo Qingyun would have already killed Lu Xiang. He really gave me 100 million spirit essence stones. Looking at the 100 million spirit essence stones in front of him, Lu Xiang was immediately stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. In his entire life, he had never seen so many spirit essence stones. At this moment, Lu Xiang revealed a greedy expression. He sneered at Mo Qingyun and said, "Boy, I've changed my mind. You have to compensate me with 1 billion spirit essence stones and also have this beauty spend one night with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Young lord, this old servant will soon reach Flood Marshal City." As Lu Xiang spoke, Crimson Streak's sound transmission appeared in Mo Qingyun's mind. After receiving Crimson Streak's sound transmission, Mo Qingyun sneered. He raised his hand and put away the spirit essence stones on the ground. Boy, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Lu Xiang was stunned. Then, he revealed an indifferent expression and questioned Mo Qingyun. "Nothing, I've just changed my mind." When Mo Qingyun heard Lu Xiang's words, he curled his lips indifferently and replied with a faint smile. Seeing Mo Qingyun's reaction, Lu Xiang's expression sank. He coldly said, "Boy, since you want to die, then don't blame this young master. You guys immediately kill that boy for me." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Xiang's expression immediately sank. He ordered the people behind him, "Besides that beauty, kill the other person and that beast." Seeing Lu Xiang's actions, the surrounding guests' expressions immediately changed. They began to worry for Mo Qingyun. Lu Xiang is truly enraged now. That brat is done for. You can't blame that boy. Lu Xiang has gone too far. Who could take out 1 billion spirit essence stones? It's mainly because Lu Xiang has bad intentions towards the girl beside that boy. She's really a femme fatale. Yeah, if you don't have the ability, it's dangerous to find a beautiful girl. At this moment, everyone in the hotel sighed again. They felt sorry for Mo Qingyun and the others. While everyone in the hotel was sighing, several of Lu Xiang's followers had already charged towards Mo Qingyun and the others. These followers were not weak. They were all above the middle level of Yuan Dan realm. However, just as they were about to attack, a huge palm landed on their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. Then, these followers were sent flying. They spat out blood and fell to the ground. The one who sent these lackeys flying was naturally the savage beast by the side. With one move, more than 10 middle-level Yuan Dan realm powerhouses were beaten half to death. Chapter 309. Pill Palace Realm. The demonic beast that was lying on the ground was actually a Pill Palace Realm existence. After a short moment of shock, such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Only a Pill Palace Realm expert could easily cripple more than 10 Yuan Dan realm experts with a wave of his hand. After this discovery, the way everyone looked at Mo Qingyun changed drastically. Who is that kid? He actually has a Pill Palace realm mount. I'm afraid his background is even greater than Lu Xiang's. A Pill Palace realm demonic beast mount isn't something an ordinary person can have. It seems like Lu Xiang has hit a wall this time. That might not be the case. This is Flood Marshall City. Even if that kid has a Pill Palace realm mount, he might not be able to do anything to Lu Xiang. That's right. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. The City Lord's Hong family also has a Pill Palace realm expert. The people in the hotel started whispering again. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Mo Qingyun's chances. Your mount is a Pill Palace realm demonic beast? While the surrounding people were shocked, Lu Xiang's face was filled with shock as he uttered those words. Mo Qingyun did not reply to Lu Xiang's words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Now, do you still want me to compensate you with 1 billion elemental spirit stones?" No need. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Xiang's face twitched as he shook his head in panic. Scram. Hearing Lu Xiang's reply, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain and waved his hand, indicating for him to scram. Mo Qingyun no longer cared about this kind of hedonistic young master. It was beneath his dignity. Yes. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Xiang felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly nodded his head in response and scrambled out of the hotel. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he was afraid that Mo Qingyun would go back on his words. Seeing Lu Xiang scram, Mo Qingyun returned to his seat. He drank and ate while waiting for Qi Lian to arrive. "Brat, you dare to go against me? Do you know who I am?" When Lu Xiang ran to the entrance of the hotel, he revealed an arrogant expression and angrily said to Mo Qingyun, "I, Lu Xiang, am the nephew of City Lord Hong Kaixio. In this Flood Marshall City, I have 100 ways to kill you." After Lu Xiang finished speaking, he immediately turned around and ran out of the hotel, just like a little idiot who ran away after showing off. Mo Qingyun only smiled faintly at Lu Xiang's behavior, not taking it to heart. The only thing that surprised him was that Lu Xiang was the nephew of the city lord. "Qingyun, let's leave first. Later, that Lu Xiang will definitely bring people to take revenge." After knowing Lu Xiang's identity, Mo Feiyu showed a trace of worry and suggested to Mo Qingyun. Hearing Mo Feiyu's worried words, Mo Qingyun softly smiled and said without a care, "Father, don't worry. He is just a spoiled young master. There is nothing to worry about." But hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Feiyu still wanted to persuade him. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Mo Qingyun. After interrupting Mo Feiyu's words, Mo Qingyun still had a faint smile on his face and said, "Father, don't worry. Nothing will happen. After we take care of that brat, we can also take care of the Hong clan." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Feiyu didn't say anything else and sat at the side with a worried expression. Seeing Mo Feiyu's expression, Mo Qingyun didn't explain much. After all, he just needed to wait for Qi Lian to arrive. At this moment, he had already communicated with Qi Lian and found out that Qi Lian brought many Pill Palace experts over. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xiang returned. At this moment, there were a few Pill Palace experts following Lu Xiang. One was at the 4th level of the Pill Palace realm, and 3 were at the 2nd level of the Pill Palace. From this, it could be seen that Lu Xiang was highly regarded in the eyes of the city lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent 4 Pill Palace experts to follow him. With the support of 4 experts from the Pill Palace, Lu Xiang's arrogance had reached its peak. Looking at his appearance, It was as if his but could hit someone. After a while, Lu Xiang walked in front of Mo Qingyun. He raised his head and looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain. Brat, I'll let you know that offending me is the biggest mistake in your life. Is that so? I don't think so. Hearing Lu Xiang's arrogant words, Mo Qingyun didn't mind and smiled. He didn't take Lu Xiang's words to heart. Brat, I'll let you know very soon how wrong it is to offend me, Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain and said arrogantly, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to call for reinforcements. If you can't get reinforcements, then don't blame me for what happens next. You'll give me 15 minutes to get reinforcements? Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He was surprised by Lu Xiang's words. At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was surprised, the other people in the hotel were also surprised. F***, Lu Xiang is too arrogant. He actually gave someone 15 minutes to get reinforcements. What do you know? 15 minutes is such a short time. Where can he get reinforcements? It's not even enough for one round. That's right. Lu Xiang is just acting. If he really wanted to get reinforcements, he wouldn't have given 15 minutes. The surrounding people were all talking nonchalantly. At this moment, while the surrounding people were talking with disdain, Mo Qingyun looked at Lu Xiang with a faint smile and replied, I don't need that long. 10 breaths will do. 10 breaths? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Xiang was stunned. Then, he sneered and said proudly, Brat, you said it yourself. When the time comes, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'll give you 10 breaths. 10, 9, 3, 2. What's going on? At this moment, just as Lu Xiang finished counting, terrifying auras descended on the sky above Flood Marshall City. When such a situation appeared, the expressions of the people in the hotel changed drastically. These auras seemed to belong to the Pill Palace realm experts. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, numerous figures appeared outside the hotel and stood in midair. Floating in midair, these were all Pill Palace realm experts. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed again. Their hearts were shocked to the extreme. What's going on? Why are there hundreds of Pill Palace realm experts here all of a sudden? So many Pill Palace realm experts have come to flood Marshall City. Are they here to look for the Hong family? Should be. Among these Pill Palace realm experts, I see people from the Blade Kingdom's Han family. What? With people from the Blade Kingdom here, they must be here to look for the Hong family. That brat is finished. These Pill Palace realm experts might help Lu Xiang out of respect for the Hong family. At this moment, everyone was worried for Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun's situation wasn't good. While everyone was worried for Mo Qingyun, Lu Xiang revealed a radiant smile and said respectfully to one of the Pill Palace realm experts outside the hotel, Little nephew Lu Xiang greets Uncle Han Luo. Han Luo chose to ignore Lu Xiang's words as though he didn't see Lu Xiang. He stood there silently, Ling Luo. Seeing Han Luo's reaction, Lu Xiang's expression became awkward. He laughed and said, Uncle Han Luo, don't you know this little nephew? 3 years ago, I followed my uncle to visit you. At this moment, while Lu Xiang was speaking, outside the hotel, this old servant greets master. Among the Pill Palace realm experts in midair, the red-haired old man, who was the leader, half-knelt in front of Mo Qingyun. This subordinate greets master. After the red-haired old man knelt, the other Pill Palace realm experts also half-knelt in front of Mo Qingyun. Master. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hotel was dumbfounded. Even the savage beasts at the side were stunned for a moment. These hundreds of Pill Palace realm experts were actually Mo Qingyun's subordinates. This was too shocking. Silence. At this moment, the hotel was extremely quiet. No one dared to say a word. Everyone looked at Mo Qingyun with reverence. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Pill Palace Realm Level 9. Sensing the red-haired old man's cultivation, Mo Qingyun revealed a satisfied expression. He smiled faintly and said, You did well. Better than I expected. That's right. The red-haired old man outside the hotel was Qi Lian, who went to the Pill Palace Realm battlefield. After praising Qi Lian, Mo Qingyun waved his hand at everyone and said with a faint smile, "You don't have to be so courteous. Rise." "Yes, master." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian and the others immediately replied respectfully and stood up slowly. Then, they stood quietly outside the hotel, waiting for Mo Qingyun's orders. Qi Lian, instruct some people to guard the city lore mansion. Don't let anyone escape. Mo Qingyun instructed Qi Lian. He then revealed a playful smile and turned to Lu Xiang. "My reinforcements are here. What do you plan to do now?" I. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Xiang was so scared that he wet his pants. He stuttered for a long time and didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Mo Qingyun's reinforcements to be so powerful. Hundreds of Pill Palace Realm experts. Moreover, they were all mid-level Pill Palace Realm and above. What kind of power was this? He actually wanted to deal with their master. This was like using a lantern to go to the toilet. He was courting death. Kill them all. Seeing that Lu Xiang didn't speak for a long time, Mo Qingyun waved his hand impatiently, indicating for Qi Lian to kill them. "Yes, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's order, Qi Lian responded and charged towards Lu Xiang and the others. "Father, Zishu, let's go to the Hong family." After giving the order to Qi Lian, Mo Qingyun smiled at Mo Feiyu, indicating for them to head to the Hong family together. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Feiyu's expression immediately changed. He revealed a look of disbelief, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. These hundreds of Pill Palace Realm experts were all Mo Qingyun's subordinates. This was too shocking. Mo Qingyun was only at the true energy realm. Since when was a true energy realm expert so powerful? This couldn't even be described as powerful. He actually has so many Pill Palace Realm experts as his subordinates. At this moment, Wang Zishu's face revealed a look of admiration. She looked at Mo Qingyun excitedly, her face flushed red. Then, Mo Qingyun and the others walked out of the hotel. Chapter 310. Where did that brat come from? He actually has so many Pill Palace Realm experts as his subordinates. I think I know who he is. Who is it? Tell us. He seems to be the Purple Eye. The Purple Eye, the one who killed so many juniors from the 10 kingdoms in the true energy realm battlefield. So he's the Purple Eye. This is unbelievable. He actually has so many Pill Palace Realm subordinates. After Mo Qingyun walked out of the hotel was in an uproar. Everyone had a complicated expression of shock, excitement, and excitement. After a while, Mo Qingyun and the others arrived at the vast martial city's City Lord Manor. Arriving at the City Lord Manor, Mo Qingyun saw a group of people standing at the entrance of the City Lord Manor nervously and respectfully. They were all from the Hong clan of the City Lord Manor. Han Luo, what's the meaning of this? At this moment, when Mo Qingyun walked closer, the City Lord of vast martial city, Hong Kaishio, questioned Han Luo furiously. However, Han Luo chose to ignore his question. He turned to Mo Qingyun and bowed. "Master, none of them escaped. You did well." Mo Qingyun nodded and waved his hand at Han Luo. "You may leave first." Following which, Han Luo responded and respectfully stood behind Mo Qingyun. "Master." Seeing Han Luo's action, Hong Kaishio was shocked and looked at Mo Qingyun in disbelief. The true energy realm youth in front of him was actually the master of Han Luo and the others. This was too shocking for him. "You? Who exactly are you?" Seeing Mo Qingyun walk closer, Hong Kaishio's face was filled with respect. His tone was slightly panicked. I don't think there's any enmity between our Hong clan and you." "What do you mean by this?" "No enmity?" Hearing Hong Kaishio's words, Mo Qingyun sneered and said coldly, "Then have you heard of the name Mo Feiyu?" Mo Feiyu. Hearing Mo Feiyu's name, Hong Kaishio's expression changed and his body trembled. He didn't expect that the youth in front of him was actually here to avenge Mo Feiyu. After a short moment of shock, Hong Kaishio calmed himself down and said to Mo Qingyun, "What benefits did Mo Feiyu give you to help him deal with us? If you're willing to let our Hong clan go, We're willing to give you 10 times the benefits. You want to bribe me? Hearing Hong Kaixio's words, the mocking smile on Mo Qingyun's face deepened. He looked at Hong Kaixio with sympathy. Hong Kaixio actually wanted a bribe. How? Hearing Hong Kaixio's words, Mo Qingyun walked out from behind Mo Qingyun. He looked at Hong Kaixio mockingly and said happily, "You didn't expect this, did you? Mo Feiyu actually gave birth to such an outstanding son. The heavens really have eyes. Huh." At this moment, Mo Feiyu revealed a carefree smile and laughed out loud. It was as if the resentment and depression that had been suppressed for many years had suddenly been released. At the same time, Mo Feiyu also looked pleased. He turned to look at Mo Qingyun. What more could he ask for now? Son. Hearing Mo Feiyu's words, Hong Kaixio's body trembled. He subconsciously took a few steps back and his face turned ashen. Mo Feiyu actually gave birth to such a son. He was really jealous. Haha. After a short moment of silence, Hong Kaixio immediately laughed. His laughter was filled with bitterness and envy. He said, "The heavens want to destroy my Hong family. I didn't expect you, Mo Feiyu, to give birth to such a son. Looks like we've miscalculated. Mo Qingyun did not care about Hong Kaixio's madness. He said coldly, "Hong Kaixio, on account that you are the vast martial city's city lord, I'll give you an honorable death. Kill yourself." Kill myself? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Hong Kaixio was stunned. Then, he pleaded, "Kid, you're very capable. You're much stronger than your father, Mo Feiyu. I have no complaints if you want me to die. I only have one request. I hope that after I kill myself, you can let the rest of my Hong family go. You have no right to negotiate with me." Mo Qingyun coldly rejected Hong Kaixio's words. He said coldly, "From today onwards, the Saber Kingdom's Hong family will be removed from the list. The Hong family will be removed from the list." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Hong Kaixio's expression immediately turned cold. His expression became ferocious. He said coldly, "Kid, don't go too far. Qilian, kill them all." Seeing Hong Kaixio's behavior, Mo Qingyun didn't want to talk to him anymore. He signaled to Qilian. "Yes, young lord." Qilian respectfully responded when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. He revealed a bloodthirsty expression and charged towards the people from the Hong clan. He sneered, "TSK, Hong clan, let me refine you all." Seeing Qilian and the others charge over, Hong Kaixio immediately revealed a deranged expression. He glared at Mo Qingyun and said, "Kid, since you insist, we'll make you pay even if we have to die." As soon as the two sides started fighting, the Hong family fell into a situation where they were being slaughtered. They had no ability to resist at all. "Father, let's go." Upon seeing this, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly at Mo Feiyu. He was prepared to leave vast martial city. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun turned around, Hong Kaixio's expression was ferocious. He cursed, "Kid, you killed the Hong family. The Lung family of Great Yan's Wang, Chow, won't let you go. Just wait for the Lung family to be annihilated." The Lung family? Upon hearing Hong Kaixio's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He looked at Mo Feiyu in confusion. When he saw Mo Qingyun looking at him, Mo Feiyu's expression changed immediately. He said awkwardly, "This is what happened. After I left Northern Desert Town, I've been training outside. Later on, I entered the 100 Nations battlefield by chance and met your mother there. At that time, she secretly ran away from her family to escape her marriage. During that time, then, Mo Feiyu briefly recounted what happened. There were thrills, warmth, ambiguity, and, naturally, helplessness. In the end, Mo Qingyun's mother was taken away by her family. After listening to Mo Feiyu's story, Mo Qingyun looked at Mo Feiyu with admiration. Mo Feiyu had taken away his beloved. After a brief sigh, Mo Qingyun looked curious. He asked Mo Feiyu, "Father, do you know mother's family?" "Your mother is Long Rulin, the daughter of the patriarch of the Long family, one of the three great families in the Great Yin Dynasty. When Long Ruolan's identity was mentioned, Mo Feiyu's expression darkened immediately. A sense of helplessness rose in his heart. The Long family. Upon hearing Mo Feiyu's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed again. He looked shocked. Is the Long family related to Long Yutian? Mo Qingyun frowned as he thought to himself. It seems like I'll have to go to the Great Yin Dynasty to figure out some things. After pondering for a while, Mo Qingyun asked Mo Feiyu, The Lung family is one of the three great families in the Great Yin Dynasty, just like the Long family and the Imperial Yi family. Mo Feiyu smiled awkwardly and said, Your mother's fiancé was the young lord of the Lung family, Lung Tianya. However, Lung Tianya was arrogant and antisocial. Your mother disliked him very much, so she secretly left the family to run away from the marriage. I see. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyun roughly understood what had happened. He was even more impressed by Mo Feiyu. An ordinary young man from a small family had actually managed to get together with the daughter of the patriarch of a great family in the dynasty. He was like a fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful woman. Young lord, it's all settled. At this moment, Qi Lian walked to Mo Qingyun's side and reported while he was talking to Mo Feiyu. Upon hearing Qi Lian's report, Mo Qingyun nodded and thought to himself, calculating the time, we've been the 100 countries battlefield for almost 9 months. It's time to return. I hope that Luo Yuan hasn't arrived yet. After muttering to himself, Mo Qingyun instructed Qi Lian, get everyone to gather. We'll leave the 100 countries battlefield now. Yes, young lord. Qi Lian nodded and signaled to the people behind him. Everyone left the 100 countries battlefield together. 3 days later, at the exit of the 100 countries battlefield, terrifying auras appeared. These were the auras of Pill Palace Realm experts. At this moment, there was a huge demonic beast in front of these Pill Palace Realm experts. It was carrying a purple-haired young man in midair. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone at the exit of the 100 countries battlefield changed drastically. So many Pill Palace Realm experts. Why are there so many Pill Palace Realm experts in the Xia country? Are they here to destroy the Xia country? I once heard that there was a kingdom that was destroyed by hundreds of Pill Palace Realm experts in a single night. Look at the back of that demonic beast. There seems to be a purple-haired young man. Is he the master of this group of Pill Palace Realm experts? That purple-haired young man has so many Pill Palace Realm experts as his subordinates. Could he be from a big family in a dynasty? At this moment, everyone was looking at the purple-haired young man on the back of the demonic beast with reverence. This purple-haired young man was naturally Mo Qingyun, who had left the 100 countries battlefield. My cultivation has fallen back to the second level of the true energy realm. At this moment, when everyone was looking at Mo Qingyun with respect, Mo Qingyun suddenly revealed a bewildered expression. He was surprised by the change in his cultivation. Don't be surprised. This is the battlefield's cultivation that has been converted into Yuan Li and hidden in the secret battlefield key. Seeing Mo Qingyun's surprised expression, Mo Feiyu explained. He then continued, as long as you refine the Yuan Li in the secret battlefield key, your cultivation will recover quickly. So that's how it is. This is quite magical. Hearing Mo Feiyu's explanation, Mo Qingyun revealed a look of understanding. He smiled faintly and looked around. I'm finally back. I wonder how everyone is doing now. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo Qingyun sighed emotionally. After sighing, he said to Qi Lian, lead the way. We'll return to the Bu Manor. Yes, young lord. Chapter 311. At this moment, outside the Azure Jade Mansion, Elder Wang, how much longer do you need? Can you break this formation? A woman with an indifferent expression asked the old man in front of her as she glared at the people in the Azure Jade Mansion with resentment. Miss Luo Yuan, the person who set up the formation, is quite skilled. However, his cultivation is too low. I can still break this formation. Elder Wang smiled faintly when he heard the cold-looking woman's words. He replied respectfully, I should be able to break this formation in 3 days if I'm fast, and 7 if I'm slow. All right. Luo Yuan's gaze towards the azure jade mansion immediately turned colder when she heard that. She sneered, Mo Qingyun, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so skilled in formations. Even Elderwing praised you. Do you think you can let them rest easy just because you set up a formation? You're too full of yourself. Luo Yuan's expression twisted when she thought about how she could slaughter everyone in the Azure Jade Mansion once the formation was broken. She said, in order to deal with you, I've even asked for the formation masters in the Mystic Ice Palace. This time, I'll make sure that the Mo family doesn't even have a corpse left. Inside the Azure Jade Mansion, Mo Hong Tian and the others' expressions turned serious when they saw Luo Yuan and the others outside the formation. A strong sense of worry rose in their hearts. If the array was broken by the other party, then they would definitely die. City Lord Wan, what should we do now? Du Luo's expression turned serious. He looked at Wan Lianyun beside him and said worriedly, if we continue to let them break the formation, I'm afraid it won't be long before they break it. I don't have any good ideas either. The only thing we can do now is to wait patiently. Wan Lianyun frowned when he heard Du Luo's words. He looked helpless and sighed. I hope that Mr. Mo can return in time and bring us a miracle. Sigh, I wonder how that kid is doing now. Du Luo sighed when he heard Wan Lianyun's words. He said sadly, the 100 Countries battlefield is filled with danger. Moreover, he has to be separated from Mr. Qi after entering. I'm afraid his situation isn't optimistic. It's all our fault for being too useless. If we were strong enough, why would we have to fear Luo Yuan and the others? At this moment, Mo Hong Tian and the others unconsciously revealed expressions of self-blame. At this moment, Duruo and the others were worried. Outside of the 7 Stars killing array, the people from the Du family and the Fair family had a complacent smile on their faces as they looked at the people inside the array. You cowards of the Azure Jade Mansion, Grandmaster Wang will be able to break the formation very soon. Wash your heads and wait for your deaths. After we break the formation, I will rape and kill all the women in your Bu mansion. When the time comes, call one of us. I want to enjoy the women in this Bu mansion. Looking at the expressions of the high family members at this moment, it seemed as if they had already broken the formation. At this time, when the High family's people were feeling complacent, Luo Yuan revealed a cold smile and said, when the array is broken, each of you will ride Mo Ueru once. I'll make her a loose woman. At that time, let's see if she still has the face to see senior brother Qianyi. When she said this, Luo Yuan's expression twisted. It was filled with a sinister feeling and looked incomparably terrifying. Yes. Thank you, Miss Luo Yuan, for your kindness. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the people from the High family and Du family shuddered. Their faces were filled with fear as they said, We will definitely complete your orders and let Mo Ueru enjoy herself. If you do a good job, I will reward you. Hearing the reply of the High family and Du family, Luo Yuan revealed a satisfied smile and nodded her head. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. After 6 days of hurrying, Mo Qingyun finally arrived at Lianyun City and flew towards it. Because hundreds of Pill Palace experts were flying together, it caused too much of a commotion. Along the way, Mo Qingyun had them all enter Heixian Palace. Now, only he and Qi Lian were riding the savage beast back to the Azure Jade Mansion. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun entered Lianyun City, the 7 Stars killing array outside the Azure Jade Mansion suddenly lit up, following which the light screen of the array dissipated rapidly. The 7 Stars killing array was broken. Haha, the array is broken. People of the Azure Jade Mansion prepare to die. Seeing that the array was broken, the people from the High family and Du family immediately revealed a smug smile. As soon as they finished speaking, a person from the Du family moved and raised his hand to attack the people of the Azure Jade Mansion. Mara sea-flipping palm. This person didn't show any mercy as he directly released his aura of a third-level Pill Palace realm without holding back. If he struck the people in Azure Jade Mansion with his palm, he would most likely be able to kill everyone in Azure Jade Mansion in a single blow. Seeing the person from the Du family's action, Luo Yuan's face turned cold as she ordered, "Don't kill them directly. I want to keep them alive so that I can slowly torture them in the future." Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the person from the Du family weakened his palm and controlled it to the extent that he could heavily injure the people of the Azure Jade Mansion. At this moment, when the person from the Du family attacked, a huge blood-red palm print descended from the sky towards him. Seeing the incoming palm print, the person from the Du family didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately changed the direction of his attack and attacked the blood-red palm print in the sky. Bang! When the two palms collided, a loud sound was immediately heard. Following that, a shocking force storm surged out. Puff! Under the force storm, the third-level Pill Palace realm expert from the Du family was directly sent flying. He was severely injured and spat out blood. Along the way, Qi Lian had already refined the origin energy in the secret battlefield key and converted it into his own cultivation. Now that his cultivation had returned to the 9th level of the Pill Palace realm, it was too easy for him to deal with the person from the Du family. Advanced level Pill Palace. Seeing Qi Lian attack, Luo Yuan and the others' expressions changed as they looked at Qi Lian in shock. Your cultivation has risen to the advanced level of the Pill Palace. After knowing Qi Lian's cultivation, Luo Yuan was shocked to the extreme. She couldn't believe this result. She clearly remembered that the last time she saw Qi Lian, his cultivation was only at the half-step Pill Palace. In less than a year, he had risen from the half-step Pill Palace to the advanced level of the Pill Palace. This cultivation speed was too frightening. Qi Lian didn't pay attention to Luo Yuan's words. Instead, he looked at Imo Hongtian and the others with concern and asked, "Is everyone all right?" We're fine. Thank you, Mr. Qi, for your help." Seeing Qi Lian attack, everyone was surprised and asked, "Mr. Qi, is Qingyun back?" At this moment, when Imo Hongtian and the others were asking about Imo Qingyun, a huge demonic beast was carrying a purple-haired youth and flying into the Azure Jade Palace. This purple-haired youth was naturally Imo Qingyun. Once they saw Imo Qingyun return, Imo Hongtian and the others immediately became overjoyed and excited. Imo Qingyun was back. Mr. Imo is finally back. With him and Mr. Qi around, we should be able to intimidate the other party. Brat, you're finally willing to come back. If you didn't come back, you wouldn't be able to see your amiable master. It's good that you're back. Seeing Imo Qingyun return, Wan Lianyun's face was filled with excitement and joy. What's the use of coming back? He's just going to die with you. Seeing the excited expressions of Imo Hongtian and the others, Luo Yuan curled her lips in disdain and sneered. Although this red-haired old man's cultivation has reached the advanced level of the Pill Palace and surprised me, a mere advanced level of the Pill Palace isn't enough to save you. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Du Luo and the others' faces darkened and became worried. That's right. Luo Yuan had dozens of Pill Palace experts behind her. Moreover, there are many advanced level Pill Palaces. With Qi Lian's strength alone, it would be too difficult for him to deal with all of them. Thinking of this, Imo Hongtian and the others' expressions changed and became resolute. Mr. Qi, quickly take Qingyun and leave. You don't need to care about our lives. As long as Qingyun is fine, it's fine. Yes, Mr. Qi, take Mr. Mo and leave. As long as you take revenge for us in the future, it's fine. Stinking brat. I can die without regrets since I can see you one last time before I die. Hurry up and get lost. Qingyun has to live. Work hard to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Then, he will take revenge for grandfather, first uncle, second aunt, fourth uncle. Imo Hongtian spoke one after another. His face was filled with pleading as he pleaded with Qi Lian. From their point of view, as long as Imo Qingyun was alive, there was still hope for Imo Qingyun. Therefore, Even if they all died, they definitely couldn't let Mo Qingyun die here. Escape? Hearing Mo Hontian and the others' words, Luo Yuan's face was filled with mockery. She gloomily looked at Mo Hontian and the others and said, "Today, none of you will be able to escape. I will tear all of you into pieces and feed your flesh to the dogs." Luo Yuan, aren't you going overboard by doing this? Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Mo Yueru's face was filled with anger. She said to Luo Yuan, "The person you hate is me. Why do you have to vent your anger on everyone else? Whatever you want to do, just come at me." Mo Yueru, are you begging me now? Ha! Hearing Mo Yueru's words, Luo Yuan immediately revealed a complacent smile. She laughed loudly and said with a malevolent expression, "Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, not only will I kill you, I will also kill everyone here. I will make you regret it. I will make you regret it. Ha ha." At this moment, Luo Yuan was in a state of insanity. Her hair was disheveled and her expression was distorted. Lunatic. Seeing Luo Yuan's appearance, Mo Qingyun looked at her with disgust. He smiled faintly at Mo Yueru and said, "Second aunt, you don't need to say anything to her. They can't do anything to us. Brat, you're the one who meddles in other people's business. Later, I will slowly torture you." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Luo Yuan's expression turned gloomy again. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think that the red-haired old man, a high-level pill palace expert, can deal with so many of us? Who said that I only have Qi Lian?" Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled playfully. He controlled His Highness He Xian to release Han Luo and the others. He said, "All of you come out." Then, several terrifying auras appeared in the Azure Jade Mansion. These people were all pill palace experts. A few hundred pill palace experts. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that this was real. Chapter 312. They're all Pill Palace Realm experts. A few hundred Pill Palace Realm experts. Where did this brat find so many Pill Palace Realm experts? How is this possible? Moreover, they're all mid-level Pill Palace Realm and above. A few hundred mid-level Pill Palace Realm experts. How is this possible? Even some of the big families in the dynasty don't have so many Pill Palace Realm experts. 57 high-level Pill Palace Realm experts. It must be an illusion. Looking at Han Luo and the others, the Du and Hai family members trembled as though they were suffering from epilepsy. They were really scared to the point of peeing their pants. This brat. Looking at the scene before her, Luo Yuan was so angry that her teeth itched. She revealed a look of fear and said, "Let's go. Go." Seeing Luo Yuan's actions, Mo Qingyun's face darkened. He said coldly, "Today, none of you will be able to leave. All of you stay here. Qi Lian, kill them all. Leave no one alive." After saying those words, Mo Qingyun's body emitted a cold, killing intent as he gave the order to Qi Lian. Mo Qingyun was very clear that if he was late this time, the people in the Bu mansion would be in trouble. With the ruthlessness of Luo Yuan and the others, they would definitely not let Mo Hontian and the others go. Hence, Luo Yuan and the others had to die. "Yes, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian immediately revealed a cold smile and said, "Kiki, this old man hasn't been so eager for a battle for a long time. All of you, use this old man's cultivation." As soon as Qi Lian finished speaking, he directly attacked Luo Yuan and the others. He blasted out a huge palm shadow with violent power, the peak of the 9th layer. Feeling the power of Qi Lian's palm, Luo Yuan and the others' faces twitched. Qi Lian's battle strength had far exceeded their expectations. This little brother, seeing Qi Lian and the others attack, old Qi Wen looked at Mo Qingyun with a pleading expression and begged, "This old man is only an array master. I'm only helping Miss Luo Yuan to break the array. I have no intention of killing your family. Can you let me go? You're just an array master. Can I let you go?" When he heard old Wang's words, Mo Qingyun's expression turned gloomy to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old bastard, I can spare anyone today, but you must die." Mo Qingyun was very clear in his heart. If it wasn't for this old dog breaking the array, even if Luo Yuan brought more Pill Palace experts, it would all be in vain. It was all because of this old man who had broken the 7 stars of slaughtering formation, causing Mo Hongtian and the others to fall into danger. Now, this old thing was actually shamelessly begging for mercy, saying that it had nothing to do with him. He was simply spouting nonsense. Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Elder Wang's expression immediately trembled, and he immediately turned and fled. Elder Wang's cultivation was not strong. He was only at the 7th level of the Yuan dance stage. Therefore, Qi Lian and the others did not notice him for a while. Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Seeing Old Man Wang turn around and flee, Mo Qingyun's face darkened. The purple light in his eyes flickered rapidly, like lightning arcs in the clouds. I force ray. At this moment, a ray of purple light shot out from Mo Qingyun's eyes and blasted towards Elder Wang. Pucci. Then, the I-Force ray hit Elder Wang and directly pierced through his head, creating a large hole. With one strike, Elder Wang, who was at the 7th level of the Yuan dance stage, was dead. Could this be a new technique that Mr. Mo has mastered? So strong. A 7th level Yuan dance stage expert was actually killed with one strike. This kid has already grown to this stage. Seeing Mo Qingyun's I-Force ray, Du Luo, and the others' faces immediately changed, revealing an intense expression of shock. God bless my Mo family. God bless my Mo family. Seeing Mo Qingyun's combat strength, Mo Hongtian's face immediately revealed a gratified expression. He was so emotional that tears flowed down his old face. Good kid, you really didn't disappoint me. Both Mo Faping and Mo Failing's faces were filled with excitement. They clenched their fists tightly, unable to express their feelings with words. This kid has finally grown up. Now, he can already hold up the sky for the family. Mo Yueru's face was also filled with excitement, revealing a gentle and beautiful smile. At this moment, while everyone's hearts were filled with excitement, the battle in midair became even more intense. From time to time, people were killed. However, most of the people who were killed were from the Du family and the Hai family. Compared to the people from the Du family and the Hai family, Luo Yuan and the others were much more difficult to deal with. Their combat strength was far superior to Han Luo and the others. After all, they came from a state region, and the cultivation methods they cultivated were extraordinary. They were all high-level martial arts secret manuals. Let's go. Seeing the people around her being killed one after another, Luo Yuan's face darkened. She ordered the people beside her, "Don't get entangled with them. Let's retreat immediately. They can't stop us." "Yes, Miss Luo Yuan." Hearing Luo Yuan's order, the people beside her immediately responded. Then, Luo Yuan and the others retreated as they fought, slowly making their way to the periphery of the circle. Looking at their current posture, it seemed that they were about to get rid of the entanglement of Qi Lian and the others. They were about to get rid of the pursuit of Qi Lian and the others. After discovering this, Luo Yuan revealed a complacent sneer. She coldly said to Mo Qingyun, "Brat, I miscalculated today. However, the next time I come, you can wait for death. You won't have a next time." Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun's mouth revealed a sneer. He coldly said, "Luo Yuan, I said that none of you can leave today. Could it be that you think they can stop us with just their strength?" Luo Yuan's face revealed disdain. She pointed at Qi Lian and the others and mocked Mo Qingyun. "If they can't, there are other things that can stop you." As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he raised his hand and released all the eye demons in the Heishin Palace. After a while, the ground outside the Bu Palace was densely packed with eye demons. The sight made one's scalp tingle and heart tremble. After seeing these eye demons, everyone's expression changed drastically. A strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. "What? What kind of demonic beasts are these? They look so strange. Where did Qing Yin get these demonic beasts? How many trump cards did he get this time? There's so many Yuan Dan realm demonic beasts. Even a Heaven Star realm elite could only run for his life. Seeing the sudden appearance of the eye demons, Mo Hong Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. A strong sense of shock rose in their hearts. Brat, the trump cards you mentioned, are these ugly eye demonic beasts? Seeing the eye demons summoned by Mo Qingyun, Luo Yuan's face was filled with disdain. She mocked him. You will know how powerful they are in a moment. In response to Luo Yuan's mocking words, Mo Qingyun sneered and replied to her, Mo's son, attack those people. Following that, Mo Qingyun gave an order to Mo's son and pointed at Luo Yuan and the others. Hearing Mo Qingyun's order, Mo's son and the other eye demons did not hesitate and immediately attacked Luo Yuan and the others. Immediately, streaks of purple light blasted towards Luo Yuan and the others. Although these eye demons only had the strength of Yuan Dan realm, the combined attack of hundreds of thousands of eye demons was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Under the attack of the eye demons, some of the people beside Luo Yuan were instantly blasted into pieces. How? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Luo Yuan's face immediately turned pale. Her face was filled with fear as she said in shock, how can these Yuan Dan realm demonic beasts have such strong combat strength? At this moment, while Luo Yuan and the others were still in shock, Mo Qingyun said to Qi Lian and the others, Qi Lian, you guys spread out and don't attack. Just don't let them escape. Yes, master. Seeing Mo Qingyun's move, Qi Lian and the others immediately responded and quickly moved to the surroundings, trapping Luo Yuan and the others in the middle. Then, a one-sided massacre took place. Under the crazy attack of the eye demons, the people beside Luo Yuan were all killed in a short while. The whole process only took a few breaths. In a few breaths, dozens of Yuan Dan realm experts were all killed. This kind of combat strength was too terrifying. At this moment, everyone finally understood how terrifying Mo Qingyun's means were. Brat, you will die a horrible death. Seeing that she had become a general without an army, Luo Yuan's face immediately became ferocious, and she cursed Mo Qingyun. Don't worry, you will die before me. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled nonchalantly and replied, That's right. Is that so? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Luo Yuan revealed a cold smile and looked at Mo Qingyun proudly. She said, Brat, you didn't kill me because you were worried that my father and the Dark Eyes Palace will take revenge on you? Are you afraid that your father and the Dark Eyes Palace will take revenge on you? Mo Qingyun curled his lips in disdain when he heard Luo Yuan's words. He sneered, Luo Yuan, you're overthinking things. I'm not leaving you until the end because I plan to let you go. I just want you to watch the people around you get killed one by one. I want you to suffer the torment of being on the verge of death. After replying to Luo Yuan, Mo Qingyun ordered Mo, son, attack and kill her immediately. Hearing Mo Qingyun's order, eye demon immediately attacked Luo Yuan and madly shot out rays of eye power at Luo Yuan. Under eye demon's frenzied attack, a shocking purple light immediately shot towards Luo Yuan. Bang! A loud sound came from midair, and Luo Yuan was hit by eye demon's ray of eye power. Receiving the joint attack of eye demon, before Luo Yuan died, she spat out venomous words, Brat, you killed me. Just wait for my father and the Dark Eyes Palace to take revenge on you. Seeing that Luo Yuan was killed, everyone showed a respectful expression and looked at the hundreds of thousands of eye demons and Mo Qingyun. They had all seen the power of eye demon's attack just now. That kind of ability was too terrifying. Boom, boom. At this moment, just as everyone was looking at Mo Qingyun in awe, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the air, and lightning surged. Slowly, a crack appeared in the middle of the lightning, and a human shadow walked out from it. The facial features of this human-shaped shadow were 70% similar to Luo Yuan, who had just been killed. After seeing this scene, Everyone's heart immediately sank as they thought of a possibility. Chapter 3:13. What shocked everyone even more was that this person had directly stepped through the void and appeared here in the form of a shadow clone. This meant that this person was a Heaven Star Border Realm elite. Luo Yuan's father was a Heaven Star Border Realm elite. Moreover, he was not a beginner. After this discovery, everyone's hearts immediately sank to the bottom of the valley, and they unconsciously panicked. This time, they seemed to have gotten themselves into big trouble. A Heaven Star Border Realm elite, even a shadow clone, was extremely terrifying. It could easily kill them. As soon as the shadow clone appeared, he looked crazy and shouted in grief, "Who is it? Who killed my Yuaner? I, Roba, will tear him into pieces." As soon as Roba's shadow clone appeared, he shouted crazily and exuded a terrifying killing intent. "Are you the ones who kill my Yuan?" Soon, Roba saw Mo Qingyun and the rest. He shouted fiercely, "Since you're here, I don't care if you're the ones who did it. Go down and die with Yuan." As soon as Roba finished his words, he raised his hand and attacked Mo Qingyun and the rest. Under his palm, the sky changed color, thunder rumbled, and lightning raged. When his palm landed, the sky changed color as if the end of the world had arrived. The ground shook rapidly. After this discovery, everyone's expression twitched, and they couldn't help but panic in their hearts. What should we do? A Heaven Star Border Realm elite is too strong. We can't fight with him at all. I hope young Lord's Eye Demon can block his attack. Otherwise, we're going to die here. Eye Demon can't block this attack. A Heaven Star Border Realm elite who can send shadow clones across the sky is at least in the middle level of the Heaven Star Border Realm. Eye Demon's attack is useless against such a person. Sensing the aura of Luo Ba's shadow clone, the expressions of Qi Lian and the others immediately turned solemn, revealing a trace of despair. "Hey Xian, stop him for me." While everyone was in despair, Mo Qingyun did not dare to hesitate. He immediately sent a voice transmission to He Xian. Now, his only hope was on He Xian. "All right." He Xian responded to Mo Qingyun's message. Then, he left He Xian Hall and stood in front of Mo Qingyun. 6th level Heavenly Dipper Shadow Clone. He Xian had an expression of shock on his face when he saw Roba's shadow clone. He silently mused. This little fellow really knows how to create trouble, to think that he actually provoked such an existence. However, a shadow clone at the 6th level of Heavenly Dipper is indeed worthy of me making a move. Break. He Xian uttered a word of surprise and immediately made his move. He met Roba's palm attack head-on and blasted out a powerful palm attack. Bang! When the two palms collided, the color of the sky changed immediately. A terrifying storm of energy surged up violently and shot up to the sky. At this moment, the storm of energy seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth as it frantically swept out in all directions. Fortunately, He Xian blocked this terrifying storm of energy. Otherwise, Mo Qingyun and the rest would have been turned into ashes by this storm of energy. What a powerful body refinement martial artist. He seems to be in a severely injured state. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked by He Xian, Roba's shadow clone was shocked and exclaimed. Immediately, Roba's face darkened and he said in a gloomy tone, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to interfere with the matters of the Black Ice Palace and make them your enemy? What harm is there in being enemies with the Black Ice Palace?" He Xian replied indifferently to Roba's threat. He pointed at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "You can't touch him. At the very least, I won't allow you to bully the weak. You don't mind offending the Black Ice Palace to protect a true energy realm brat?" Seeing He Xian's action, Roba's expression turned cold and he asked He Xian. "That's right." He Xian's expression was cold and his tone was firm. There was no room for negotiation. Hearing He Xian's answer, Roba's expression became gloomy and uncertain. He thought to himself, although this body refinement martial artist is severely injured, he is still not someone my shadow clone can deal with. It seems that with him here today, it will be difficult for me to succeed. Sir, please remember what you said today. With this thought, Roba made a decision in his heart. He looked at He Xian with a gloomy expression and said, "In the future, I will send someone at the same level as this brat to deal with him. I hope you won't interfere at that time. If you deny it, don't blame the Black Eyes Palace for not giving you face." Umph. Roba snorted coldly. His shadow clone directly left and disappeared between heaven and earth. Seeing Roba's shadow clone leave, everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if they had just taken a trip to hell. "Brat, we will return to He Xian Palace first." After seeing Roba's shadow clone leave, He Xian said to Mo Qingyun. He directly entered He Xian Palace and sent a message to Mo Qingyun. "Brat, taking that guy's attack just now consumed a lot of my remnant consciousness. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for you for the next 5 years. Many thanks." Hearing He Xian's words, Mo Qingyun nodded and replied. Then, He Xian fell silent. It seemed like he was recovering his remnant consciousness. At this time, the 9 temples said enviously, "He Xian's body is so strong. He can fight against a Heaven Star border cultivator with just his body. If I had such a strong body back then, I'm afraid I would be able to retain 1/10,000th of my strength." 1/10,000th of his strength. Hearing the 9 temples' words, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed. He revealed a look of shock and said, "You're saying that He Xian's current strength is only 1/10,000th of his peak strength?" "Maybe not." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the 9 temples pondered for a moment before replying to Mo Qingyun. Hearing the 9 temples' words, Mo Qingyun was speechless. Being able to fight against a Heaven Star border cultivator was not even 1/10,000th of his peak strength. Then how strong was He Xian when he was at his peak? At this moment, Mo Qingyun's heart was filled with shock. He could not calm down for a long time. At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was shocked and unable to calm down, Qi Lian and the others were feeling the same. That huge figure just now seemed to have been summoned by the young lord. I didn't expect the young lord to have such a strong protector by his side. It seems like we've underestimated the young lord. Who exactly is the young lord? Why would he have such a strong protector by his side? At this moment, Qi Lian and the others were filled with shock and curiosity. This kid seems to have grown to a level that we can't estimate. Du Luo smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Today's events had truly shocked him. It seems like we're all old. This world still belongs to the young after all. After hearing Du Luo's words, Zhao Qi could not help but sigh. "Qingyun, this kid, how many surprises is he going to bring us?" At this moment, Mo Hontian and the others were pleasantly surprised. They looked at Mo Qingyun with gratification. "It's all right now. Everyone go back and rest." At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, Mo Qingyun gestured for them to return to the residence. After greeting everyone, he ordered the Eye Demon to enter He Xian's residence. When Mo Qingyun kept the Eye Demon, Qi Lian was puzzled. He asked Mo Qingyun curiously, "Young lord, what kind of beast is this? Did you get it from the 100 Countries battlefield?" "That's right. I got these Eye Demons from the 100 Countries battlefield." Hearing Qi Lian's answer, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Eye Demon?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian was puzzled again. He waited for Mo Qingyun's answer. Seeing Qi Lian's expression, Mo Qingyun was also puzzled. He asked curiously, "We didn't see the Eye Demon in the Dan Palace battlefield?" "No, I've never heard of the Eye Demon in the Dan Palace battlefield." Qi Lian shook his head and replied, "After entering the Yuan Dan battlefield, I heard of it. However, I've never seen it before." Hearing Qi Lian's words, Mo Qingyun was puzzled. He guessed, could it be that the Eye Demon is only found in the true energy realm in Yuan Dan battlefield? After thinking about it for a while, Mo Qingyun did not get an answer. He gave up in his heart. Shortly after, Mo Qingyun instructed Han Luo, take the Du family and the Hai family and remove their names from the Xia country. "Yes, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's instructions, Han Luo immediately responded respectfully. He brought the Dan Palace realm experts and headed toward the Hai family and the Du family. After keeping the Eye Demon in the Hei Xian Palace, Missouri Qingyun followed the crowd and returned to the Bu Palace. After returning to the Bu Palace, Missouri Qingyun was puzzled. He asked Mo Yuuru, second aunt, "Why didn't I see Yu Qiani? He hasn't returned yet." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Yueru's expression was a little disappointed. She replied helplessly with a complaining tone. "He hasn't returned?" Hearing this, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He was surprised. According to Yu Qiani's words, he should have returned to the Bu Palace before Luo Yuan. Could he have met with some trouble? Mo Qingyun's heart moved. He seemed to have guessed a possibility. Yu Qiani's status was not as high as Luo Yuan's. If Luo Yuan wanted to make things difficult for him, Yu Qiani might not be able to leave the Mystic Ice Palace. After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun was relieved. He smiled faintly and looked at Mo Yueru. He comforted her, second aunt. Yu Qiani is a disciple of the Mystic Ice Palace. It won't be easy for him to leave. Also, he must have been targeted by Luo Yuan, which made it harder for him to leave. That's why he didn't come here. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Yueru's expression changed. The resentment in her eyes lessened and was replaced with worry. "Qingyun, do you think Yu Qiani is in danger?" At this moment, Mo Yueru's eyes were filled with worry as she asked Mo Qingyun. "It's hard to say." Mo Qingyun did not lie to Mo Yueru. He said in a heavy tone, "However, since Sister Mo Ling is the princess of the Mystic Ice Palace, she should take care of Yu Qiani. He shouldn't be in too much danger. I think he's just being targeted." After chatting with them for a while, Mo Qingyun revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Grandfather, second aunt, look who I brought back." After Mo Qingyun spoke, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to him appeared beside him. Chapter 314. Feiyu, third brother, third brother, third brother. At this moment, Mo Hong Tian and the rest walked toward the middle-aged man in front of them excitedly. Father, big brother, second sister, fourth brother, Mo Feiyu was also excited when he saw the group in front of him. A hint of guilt appeared on his face. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Mo Hong Tian lifted his hand and patted Mo Feiyu's shoulder. He smiled with relief and excitement. Then, the group sat down, calmed themselves down, and started chatting. "Third brother, how did you meet Qingyun?" After chatting for a while, Mo Feilin asked Mo Feiyu with a curious expression. Mo Hong Tian and the rest were also curious when they heard Mo Feilin's question. They wanted to know the answer as well. "Speaking of my encounter with Qingyun, it's really full of drama." Mo Feiyu laughed when he recalled his meeting with Mo Qingyun. He said, "At that time, I was being chased by my enemies and coincidentally met a few brothers who saved me. I didn't expect them to be Qingyun's good brothers." After that, Mo Feiyu recounted what had happened to everyone. Everyone was in disbelief when they heard Mo Feiyu's story. They were surprised by the situation. Then, they chatted for a while. Qi Lian walked to Mo Qingyun's side and reported, "Young Lord, Han Luo and the rest have returned. The Du family and Hai family have been removed from the list." "Yes." Mo Qingyun nodded in satisfaction when he heard Qi Lian's report. He thought to himself, "Since I've dealt with the Du family and Hai family, I should head to the Great Yin Dynasty. Also, I don't know if Robo will return. If that's the case, I shouldn't stay in Lianyin City for long." Mo Qingyun's expression changed when he thought of this. He looked at Mo Hong Tian and the rest and said in a deep voice, "Grandfather, father, uncle, I plan to head to the Great Yin Dynasty to participate in the grand examination and enter Dian province to cultivate. All of you should come with me." To the Great Yin Dynasty. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, everyone's expression changed, revealing a look of shock. To be honest, they had never thought that they would one day leave Xia country. "Now that I've killed Luo Yuan, that Robo will definitely not let this matter rest. I'm worried that he will attack again, so I hope that all of you will come with me." Upon seeing the expressions of Mo Qingyun and the rest, Mo Qingyun gazed into the distance and coldly said, "Besides, it's time to settle some old scores in the great Yin Empire." There were some old scores that needed to be settled. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Feiyu's expression changed. He understood what Mo Qingyun was thinking. Was Mo Qingyun going to seek revenge on the Long and Lung family? Mo Feiyu's face was filled with excitement as he clenched his fists. All right, let's go to the Great Yin Dynasty together. At this moment, Mo Tian and the rest had made up their minds. They decided to follow Mo Qingyun to the Great Yin Dynasty. Mo Qingyun was right. Now that they had killed Luo Yuan, if Roba returned, it would be troublesome. With their strength, there was no way they could fight against Roba. They would only end up being massacred. Hence, it was best for them to follow Mo Qingyun to the Great Yin Dynasty. In the Great Yin Dynasty, even if Roba was an expert from a prefecture, he would still have some reservations. Soon after, everyone reorganized themselves and prepared to set off for the Great Yin Dynasty. Looking at the crowd before him, Mo Qingyun's expression turned cold. He said to Han Luo, bring some people to the Blade Kingdom and destroy the Hong family. After that, you guys can find me in the Great Yin Dynasty. Yes, young lord. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Han Luo nodded and left with close to 100 Dan Palace experts. They were heading to the Blade Kingdom to destroy the Hong family. After instructing Han Luo, Mo Qingyun looked at an expert at the 8th level of the Dan Palace realm and said, Han Jianhui, bring the people from the Soul Kingdom back to the Soul Kingdom. See if Lu Fangliang needs any help. If he's in trouble, lend him a hand. Yes, young lord, Han Jianhui replied and left with the Dan Palace experts from the Soul Kingdom. After instructing them, Mo Qingyun said to everyone, in order to not cause too much commotion during the journey, let's enter the Hexian Palace. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, everyone entered the Hexian Palace. Seeing Du Luo and the rest hesitating, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and said to them, Teacher, City Lord Wan, follow me to the Great Yin Dynasty. If that's the case, we'll have to trouble Mr. Mo in the future. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Wan Lin didn't stand on ceremony and entered the Hexian Palace with the rest. Good disciple, I'll be counting on you in the future. Du Luo and the rest smiled evilly and looked at Mo Qingyun with gratification. They also entered the Hexian Palace. After a while, everyone entered the Hexian Palace, leaving only Qi Lian and Savage Beast. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and rode Savage Beast and Qi Lian to the Xia Kingdom's imperial capital. Going to the Great Yin Dynasty to participate in the Grand Examination required a letter of recommendation from a kingdom. Therefore, Mo Qingyun still needed to make a trip to the Xia Kingdom's imperial capital to get the letter of recommendation. 5 days later, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian arrived at the Xia Kingdom's imperial capital. After arriving at the imperial capital, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian didn't stop and flew straight into the imperial palace. You, who are you? Why did you barge into the imperial palace? Seeing Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian arrive, the expressions of the guards in the imperial palace changed, and they questioned Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian in fear. They had no choice but to be afraid. Being able to fly in the air meant that Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian were Dan Palace realm experts. Such people weren't people they could casually question. However, they had to do their duty, and even if they were afraid, they had to do it. Scram! Hearing the questioning words of the guards, Qi Lian's face darkened, and he let out an angry shout. Following which, a terrifying aura was released from Qi Lian's body. Bang, bang, bang. Under the impact of Qi Lian's aura, the surrounding guard were sent flying. After seeing this scene, the people who were approaching immediately revealed frightened expressions. They looked at Mo Qingyun and Li Qiye with reverence. Soon after, the crowd didn't dare to come closer. They stood in their original positions in fear and waited for Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian's instructions. At this moment, As the crowd was looking at Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian with respect, an old man in luxurious clothes walked over. When the old man saw Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian, his expression immediately changed, and he respectfully walked towards Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian. This old man wasn't anyone else but Marquis Penlin, the one who befriended Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian outside the 100 Countries battlefield. Brother Mo, Mr. Qi. Arriving in front of Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian, Marquis Penlin smiled apologetically and bowed to Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian. He asked, "Why have the two of you come to the imperial palace?" In response to Penlin's question, Mo Qingyun didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Marquis Penlin, I'm here to ask Emperor Xia for a letter of recommendation to participate in the grand examination." A letter of recommendation to participate in the grand examination. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Penlin's expression shook and his expression quickly changed. He said, "Mr. Mo, Mr. Qi, please follow the servants to rest. As for the letter of recommendation, I'll immediately speak to Emperor Xia on your behalf." "All right." Hearing Penlin's words, Mo Qingyun indifferently nodded and agreed to Penlin's arrangement. "You, come here and bring Mr. Mo and Mr. Qi to Harmony Palace to rest." Seeing that Mo Qingyun agreed to his suggestion, Marquis Penlin no longer hesitated and immediately ordered a guard. "Yes, Marquis." Hearing Penlin's order, the guard responded and gestured to Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian. He respectfully said, "Sirs, please follow me." Moments later, under the guard's lead, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian walked into a luxurious courtyard. "Sirs, this is Harmony Palace. If there's anything you need, please instruct me at any time." After bringing Mo Qingyun and Mo Qingyun to Harmony Palace, the guard uttered a few words of respect before withdrawing. Seeing that the guard had left, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian walked into Harmony Palace and waited for Penlin's reply. Not long after, a commotion broke out outside Yonga Hall. "I heard that the brat is staying in Harmony Palace." An angry voice came from outside Harmony Palace. It seemed that the person was here to cause trouble. Following that, Mo Qingyun saw a group of youths walk outside Harmony Palace and stare angrily at the two of them. One of the youths sized up Mo Qingyun and said angrily, "Brat, you're the one recommended by Marquis Penlin to participate in the grand examination?" "That's right." Hearing his words, Mo Qingyun looked at him indifferently and said calmly, "Is there a problem?" "Oomph. I thought you were strong, but you're just a brat at the 7th level of the true energy realm. You really are a piece of trash who relies on connections." Seeing Mo Qingyun admit it, the youth looked at Mo Qingyun with even more disdain and said arrogantly, "Brat, because of you, I lost the right to participate in the grand examination. I want to challenge you now. Do you dare accept?" After saying this, the youth looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain, as if he disdained Mo Qingyun's actions of relying on connections. However, did Mo Qingyun really rely on connections? Hearing the youth's words, Mo Qingyun finally understood why he had come. At this moment, Mo Qingyun was considering whether to accept this youth's challenge. The people who had come with this young man also had disdainful expressions on their faces as they pointed at Mo Qingyun and whispered amongst themselves, "You guys say that this brat dares to accept Qiao Yu's challenge? In my opinion, he probably doesn't dare to accept the challenge. This kind of trash who relies on connections probably doesn't have any real ability. Even if this kind of person participates in the grand examination, he won't be able to accomplish anything. He'll just be sending himself to his death." That's right. In the past grand examination, those below the 9th level of the true energy realm are basically cannon fodder. The people around the youth all had disdainful expressions and looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain. At this moment, as the crowd was pointing at him, Chapter 3:15. I accept your challenge. At this moment, as everyone's attention was on Mo Qingyun, Mo Qingyun proudly replied to Qiao Yu. Mo Qingyun accepted. As Mo Qingyun's words fell, The expressions of the crowd changed as they looked at him in shock. No one had expected that Mo Qingyun would accept Qiao Yu's challenge. Qiao Yu was at the 9th level of the true energy stage, while Mo Qingyun was only at the 7th level of the true energy stage. This battle was clearly disadvantageous for Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun's current expression greatly exceeded the crowd's expectations. I didn't expect this kid to have some guts, daring to accept Qiao Yu's challenge and not being a coward. If that's the case, even if he loses, he's still worthy of respect. I don't think so. In my opinion, this kid is just puffing himself up at his own cost. In any case, no matter what, there's going to be a good show soon. At this moment, the crowd's faces were filled with anticipation as they waited for Mo Qingyun and Qiao Yu to exchange blows. At least he has some backbone, as the crowd whispered to each other. A youth who bore some resemblance to Qiao Yu revealed a cold smile and said, "However, when you're defeated by second brother, I'd like to see if you still have the face to participate in the grand examination. In order to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak, I'll let you make the first move." Under the crowd's expectant gazes, Qiao Yu revealed a complacent sneer as he spoke arrogantly to Mo Qingyun. Hearing Qiao Yu's words, Mo Qingyun waved his hand and smiled unconcernedly. "You should make the first move. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to make a move later." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the crowd's expressions immediately changed as they were somewhat surprised by Mo Qingyun's performance. This kid is so arrogant. He's actually letting Qiao Yu make the first move. Does he think he can defeat Qiao Yu? Does this kid think that by showing off on a sunny day, he won't be struck by lightning? These days, there are always people who don't know what's good for them. However, out of respect for Marquis Penlin, Qiao Yu probably won't be ruthless. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. They felt extreme disdain for Mo Qingyun. "Oof. Since you're courting death, don't blame me." Hearing Mo Qingyun's contemptuous words, Qiao Yu's expression turned ugly. He immediately attacked Mo Qingyun. Ice Soul Palm. As soon as Qiao Yu made his move, a shocking aura erupted from his palm and rapidly condensed into a huge ice palm. As soon as the ice palm was blasted out, it emitted a bone-chilling coldness mixed with a trace of mysterious power. Qiao Yu has actually comprehended the door to the profound meaning of water. Looks like that kid is going to lose for sure. Feeling the profundity of water contained in Qiao Yu's palm, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Second brother's actions are a little overkill. Qiao Yu's elder brother shook his head helplessly and said nonchalantly, "There is no need to be so serious when dealing with this brat." While the crowd was still in shock, Mo Qingyun finally made his move. Mysterious ice nether slayer facing Qiao Yu's attack. Mo Qingyun flipped his palm and turned it into a palm knife that slashed toward Qiao Yu. Mo Qingyun's palm blasted out. Immediately, an even more terrifying coldness and a stronger mysterious power erupted from his palm. Seeing Mo Qingyun make his move, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. They were all shocked. Profound meaning. The mysterious power emanating from Mo Qingyun's palm was the true, profound meaning of water. After realizing this, the crowd was immediately shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. It was too shocking that he had comprehended the power of profound meaning when he was only at the 7th level of the true energy realm. At this moment, their eyes were wide open, and they could not believe their eyes. The profound meaning of water. This brat actually comprehended the profound meaning of water. How is this possible? Is he really at the 7th level of the true energy realm? How can he comprehend the power of profound meaning with such a cultivation? Looks like we've underestimated this brat. He's not simple. At this moment, the crowd's impression of Mo Qingyun had changed drastically. The way they looked at Mo Qingyun also changed slightly. Poochie. The two palm prints collided and immediately let out a muffled sound. Then, Qiao Yu's palm shadow was dispersed by Mo Qingyun. Bang! Then, Mo Qingyun's palm print landed on Qiao Yu's body and sent him flying. Cough, cough, cough. Qiao Yu landed on the ground, and his face flushed red. He coughed lightly, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chao Yu was defeated in one move. After witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. They were all shocked by this scene. Mo Qingyun was actually so strong. Chao Yu, who was at the 9th level of the true energy realm, was actually defeated in one move. This result was too shocking. This brat's strength is so strong. Even I can't defeat Chao Yu in one move. It looks like his true strength is close to the peak of the 9th level of the true energy realm. From the looks of it, Chao Yu is done for this time. He kicked an iron plate. At this moment, the crowd looked at Mo Qingyun in shock. They could not accept this result. At this moment, while the crowd was still shocked by Mo Qingyun's strength, the young man who looked similar to Chao Yu snorted coldly. He looked at Mo Qingyun with displeasure and said, "Brat, this is just a friendly match. You're too heavy-handed. You don't like it?" Hearing the young man's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disgust and said disdainfully, "If you don't like it, you can avenge him. I'll accept it." After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the crowd's expressions changed, and they looked at Mo Qingyun in shock. From the looks of it, Mo Qingyun was going to challenge Chao Zheng. Is this brat crazy? Chao Zheng's cultivation is at the half-step to the Yuan Dan realm. He's the strongest person among us. Maybe this brat thinks that even if he backs down, Chao Zheng won't let him go. He's not going to fight him head-on. I suddenly realized that I admire this brat. He'd rather die than submit. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, the crowd looked at Mo Qingyun with admiration. Even they would not dare to challenge Chao Zheng. Good, very good. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Chao Zheng's expression immediately turned cold. He sneered, "It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge me, Chao Zheng. It looks like I've been too easygoing. Even a true energy realm brat dares to challenge me. Are you done with your nonsense?" Hearing Chao Zheng's words, Mo Qingyun said impatiently and disdainfully, "Actually, in my eyes, you're no different from Chao Yu. If you want to fight, then come. If you don't dare to fight, then don't fart. If you want to fight, then come. If you don't dare to fight, then don't fart." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the surrounding people were stunned. They looked at Mo Qingyun with admiration. There were not many people in the same generation who dared to speak to Chao Zheng in such a manner. Mo Qingyun could be said to be the first. "Brat, since you're courting death, then don't blame us. I was going to give you a chance to admit defeat on behalf of Marquis Penglin." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Chao Zheng did not waste any more words. He directly attacked Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "Let me tell you now. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. I'll let you know that you shouldn't be too arrogant when you're not strong enough." Flood Dragon Demonic Spear. Chao Zheng didn't say anything when he attacked. He directly took out a long spear and ruthlessly stabbed it at Mo Qingyun. As the spear stabbed out, Yuan power immediately surged on the long spear. It turned into a black flood dragon shadow and emitted a violent heat wave. At the same time, a mysterious power spread out from the long spear. This was the fire ultimacy. Moreover, it was not the kind that Chao Yu had just comprehended. Chao Zheng had truly comprehended the fire ultimacy. The fire ultimacy. Chao Zheng has indeed comprehended the fire ultimacy. It seems like he can break through to the Yuandan realm at any time. Not only that, Chao Zheng has also cultivated the heaven-class martial skill, Flood Dragon Demon Spear, to the quintessential level. With Chao Zheng's current strength, he should be able to fight against someone in the Yuandan realm. It seems like Chao Zheng is really angry. That brat is done for. At this moment, seeing Chao Zheng attack, the surrounding people were shocked. They looked at Chao Zheng with respect. "You are right. Without strength, one should not be too arrogant." Mo Qingyun smiled nonchalantly when he saw Chao Zheng charging at him. His expression was cold as he said, "However, you have yet to truly understand this principle. Now, I will let you understand it more thoroughly." Sun Incinerating Mountain Splitting Saber. As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he took out the red silk saber and slashed it at Chao Zheng. As the saber fell, The red silk saber immediately burst into flames, and a terrifying heat wave exploded. At the same time, when Mo Qingyun slashed out with the saber, Mo Qingyun seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. His aura was shocking. After Mo Qingyun slashed out with the saber, the surrounding people's faces twitched. They looked at Mo Qingyun in disbelief. Fire. Fire ultimacy. Fire ultimacy level 3. How? How is this possible? He is only a true energy realm level 7. How can he comprehend fire ultimacy level 3? Where did this brat come from? How can he have such terrifying talent? Why have I never heard of him? Saber. Saber force. He has comprehended saber force. Hiss. Feeling Mo Qingyun's terrifying aura, the surrounding people's faces twitched. They were extremely frightened. Bang! At this moment, while the crowd was still in shock, they saw Chao Zheng being sent flying by Mo Qingyun's saber. Puff! Chao Zheng landed on the ground and spat out blood. His face was pale, and there was a terrifying wound on his body. Chao Zheng was defeated in the same move. Seeing this result, the surrounding people quieted down. At this moment, the crowd finally understood why Mo Qingyun had said that Chao Zheng and Chao Yu were the same. Remember, don't show off if you don't have strength. After Mo Qingyun defeated Chao Zheng, he let out a disdainful remark, his face cold as he continued. Also, let me tell you, with your strength, it's best if you don't participate in the grand examination. I'll also take your spot. Chapter 316. Xia Kingdom's Imperial Palace. After Marquis Penglin and Mo Qingyun parted ways, he came here to help Mo Qingyun with a recommendation letter. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was filled with civil and military officials discussing matters. Seeing Penglin approaching, everyone raised their eyebrows and greeted him. Penglin greets the king. Under the gaze of everyone, Penglin walked to the front of the hall and bowed to Emperor Xia. Royal uncle, you may rise. In response to Penglin's bow, Emperor Xia showed his respect and waved his hand at Penglin. Seeing Emperor Xia's action, Marquis Penglin slowly stood up and saluted. King, I have something to report. Royal uncle, please speak. Emperor Xia quickly raised his hand, indicating that Penglin did not need to be so courteous and could speak directly. Yes. Penglin replied with a sound of acknowledgement, his expression turning serious as he said, Your Majesty, I have a friend who wants a letter of recommendation to participate in the grand examination. A recommendation letter to participate in the grand examination. Hearing Penglin's words, everyone's expression changed and they whispered to each other. What? Marquis Penglin wants a place in the grand examination. Is he abusing his power for personal gain? Lower your voice. You have no right to interfere with Marquis Penglin's matters. Hasn't the grand examination's quota been confirmed? If that's the case, I'm afraid someone will be replaced. No choice. Marquis Penglin's status is there. Everyone showed some dissatisfaction, but due to Penglin's status, they did not dare to voice out their anger. A recommendation letter for the grand examination? Emperor Xia frowned after hearing this and felt slightly troubled. He muttered, Royal uncle, the grand examination's quota has been confirmed. If you want me to change it now, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Emperor Xia, please agree to this. Seeing Emperor Xia's troubled expression, Marquis Penglin's expression turned serious and persuaded Emperor Xia. I think that my friend can replace the last place in the grand examination. Hearing Marquis Penglin's suggestion, Emperor Xia was shocked and surprised by Marquis Penglin's reaction. Given Penglin's personality, he normally wouldn't do such a thing. It seemed that this person held a high position in the Marquis' heart. Thinking up to this point, Emperor Xia made a decision in his heart and said in a deep voice, If that's the case, then Chao Yu, who is ranked last in the grand examination, will be disqualified, and this place will be given to a friend of Marquis Penglin. Thank you, Emperor Xia. Hearing Emperor Xia's words, Penglin immediately smiled and expressed his gratitude. Wait. As soon as Penglin finished speaking, A middle-aged man in scale armor walked out with a displeased expression. Upon seeing this middle-aged man walk out, the officials began to whisper to each other. Last place in the grand examination is Chao Wei's second son, Chao Yu. It looks like Chao Wei is angry. Chao Yu is going to be eliminated. Marshal Chao Wei is naturally going to be angry. Before this, he has been boasting that his family has 2 outstanding talents. Haha, that's true. Once Chao Yu is eliminated, their family won't be a family with 2 outstanding talents. Actually, I'm curious. Who could make Marquis Penglin so concerned? Could it be his illegitimate child? That's very possible. Marquis Penglin has more than one illegitimate child. The crowd looked at Chao Wei gloatingly, as if they were waiting for a good show. My king, the candidates for the grand examination have been carefully selected. Every one of them is an elite of the kingdom. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chao Wei walked in front of Emperor Xia and cupped his hands. Now, because of Marquis Penglin's words, taking away a place seems a little inappropriate. Isn't this too unfair to the other candidates? Chao Wei's face was gloomy, and he said in a displeased tone, Also, what if the person recommended by Marquis Penglin is just a good-for-nothing? Letting him participate in the grand examination would be a disgrace to the Xia kingdom. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Emperor Xia looked troubled and hesitated. Marshal Chao Wei's words do make some sense. This puts me in a difficult position. Yes, Marshal Chao Wei's words make sense. If this is the case, it would be unfair to the others. Although I don't like Marshal Chao Wei's overbearingness, I can't deny that his words make sense. That's right. Marquis Penglin's actions are a little too much. In an instant, the civil and military officials started whispering to each other, agreeing with Chao Wei's words. Just as the crowd was whispering, Marquis Penglin snorted and said to Marshal Chao Wei, Marshal Chao Wei, if the Chao family doesn't want to end up like the Du family and the Hai family, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Don't remove the Chao family from the Xia kingdom just because of a place in the grand examination. Regarding the destruction of the Du family and the Hai family, Penglin knew that it was definitely related to Mo Qingyun. With the hatred between Mo Qingyun and the Du family and the Hai family, he had every reason to destroy the Du family and the Hai family. Furthermore, he had heard of Qi Lian's reputation in the Dan Palace battlefield. He had the strength to easily destroy the Du family and the Hai family. Given Mo Qingyun's personality, if Chao Wei provoked him and wanted to go against him, he might just destroy the Chao family. Of course, Penglin was more worried that if this matter wasn't handled well, Mo Qingyun would destroy the Penglin family. That would be the end of the Chao family. At this moment, after Penglin's words, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with shock. What? Just now, Marquis Penglin said that the Chao family would be destroyed because of this? Could it be that the person Marquis Penglin recommended has something to do with the destruction of the Du family and the Hai family? If that's the case, this person can't be offended. It seems like Marshal Chao Wei has to swallow his anger. The Chao family can't be compared to the Du family. In an instant, everyone looked at Chao Wei with sympathy. He was really unlucky this time. Marquis Penglin, why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing Penglin's words, Chao Wei's face twitched and revealed a terrified expression. If he knew that this person had something to do with the destruction of the Du family and the Hai family, he wouldn't have dared to give up even if he asked for 2 places. Such a ruthless person. Not only the Chao family, but even the entire Xia kingdom couldn't afford to offend him. Encountering such a person, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Imperial uncle, you mean that person? Emperor Xia was shocked and revealed a serious expression as he asked Marquis Penglin. That's right, that's the person. Also, they are now in Yonghe Palace, waiting for me to reply to them. Penglin's face was solemn as he nodded solemnly. However, Marquis Penglin's expression suddenly changed drastically. He cried out in alarm, Shit, I met Li Yin and the others on the way here and told them about this. If they tell Chao Yu about this, wouldn't that be... Thinking of this, Marquis Penglin's face twitched. He didn't dare to think further and scolded, "My foul mouth, say what?" Li Yin and the rest knew. Hearing Marquis Penglin's words, everyone was shocked again as cold sweat broke out on their backs. Chao Yu was the same as Li Yin and the others. They were all participants of the grand examination. Since Li Yin knew of this matter, it was entirely possible that he would tell Chao Yu. This was bad. If Chao Zheng knew about this and went to find trouble with Mo Qingyun, it would be like poking a hole in the sky. Imperial uncle, quick, quick, bring me to see that young master. At this moment, Emperor Xia couldn't care less about his reputation. He quickly stood up and urged Penglin to lead the way. He had no choice. If this lord was angry, he could change the dynasty of Emperor Xia. He had to be careful when dealing with him. If Chao Zheng and the others angered him, he would no longer be able to sit on the throne steadily. Yes, immediately, Marquis Penglin led everyone to Yonghe Palace. Inside Yonghe Palace, seeing Mo Qingyun defeat Chao Zheng in one move, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe this was real. With Chao Zheng's half-step to the Yuan dance state, he couldn't even withstand one move from Mo Qingyun. This was too shocking. So strong. Could it be that his strength has already reached the Yuan dance stage? True energy level 7, comparable to the Yuan dance state. How is this possible? Demon, a peerless demon. No wonder he was recognized by Marquis Penglin. At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Mo Qingyun with respect. Mo Qingyun used his strength to gain their recognition and respect. At this moment, while everyone was shocked by Mo Qingyun's strength, Chao Zheng stood up with a ferocious expression and glared at Mo Qingyun. "Kid, you dare to hurt someone in the palace. Just wait to be locked in jail and never see the light of day again." "Oof. Second brother, let's go." After Chao Zheng finished speaking, he snorted and was about to leave Yonghe Palace. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, just as Chao Zheng was about to leave, a group of people rushed into Yonghe Palace. "Greetings, Emperor Xia." Lords, seeing the arrival of this group of people, Chao Zheng and the rest's expression changed. They respectfully bowed to Emperor Xia and the rest. "Kid, you're finished." After bowing, Chao Zheng sneered at Mo Qingyun. Then he said to Chao Wei, "Father, this kid hurt someone in the palace. Hurry up and arrest him. That kid is in trouble." After hearing Chao Zheng's words, everyone's expression changed and they started to worry for Mo Qingyun. However, at this moment, everyone was worried for Mo Qingyun. Emperor Xia and the rest ignored Chao Zheng and Chao Wei and walked towards Mo Qingyun worriedly. They smiled and said, This, Mr. Mo, are you hurt? Mr. Mo, are you hurt?" After hearing the words of Emperor Xia and the rest, Chao Zheng and the rest were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. This was especially true for Chao Zheng and Chao Yu. Both of them had aggrieved expressions on their faces as they felt extremely depressed. They were the ones who were hurt. However, in the end, Emperor Xia and the rest asked if Mo Qingyun was hurt. Chapter 317. Seeing everyone's actions, Mo Qingyun was stunned. He was surprised by this scene. "I'm fine." Immediately, Mo Qingyun responded with a faint smile. He looked at Emperor Xia and smiled. "We're Emperor Xia, right? Are you Emperor Xia?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the surrounding people were stunned again. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's attitude. As it was Li Yin and the other juniors, they looked at Mo Qingyun with admiration. Only the elders of Emperor Xia would dare to speak to Emperor Xia like this. F***CK, this kid is too awesome. I, Li Yin, admire him. I, Zhao Riqian, admire him too. He will be my idol in the future. Do you think Emperor Xia will be angry if he speaks to him like this? Hearing this, Li Yin and the rest were nervous. They were waiting for Emperor Xia's reaction. "Kid, you dare to speak to Emperor Xia like this? You're asking for death." While Li Yin and the rest were impressed, Chao Zheng smiled coldly. He was proud. Even if you are close to Marquis Penglin, he will not be able to protect you if you offend Emperor Xia. "Kid, is this the attitude you use when speaking to Emperor Xia?" Chao Zheng scolded Mo Qingyun. His face darkened as he said coldly, "Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to Emperor Xia and beg for mercy?" Hearing Chao Zheng's words, Emperor Xia and the civil and military officials were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They looked at Chao Zheng with hatred. At this moment, in Emperor Xia's heart, he immediately scolded Chao Zheng. "Mother of asterisk her, I can't wait to call him my ancestor. You stupid child, you actually asked him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Are you trying to kill us all?" On the way here, Emperor Xia and the rest had heard from Marquis Peng Lin about Qi Lian's deeds in the Dan Palace battlefield. With Qi Lian's power in the Dan Palace battlefield, he could easily destroy the 10 kingdoms, let alone the Xia kingdom. After this discovery, the hearts of Emperor Xia and the others immediately panicked to the extreme as they came to a conclusion. That was, Qi Lian and Mo Qingyun could not be provoked. After cursing Chao Zheng in his heart, Emperor Xia's face darkened. He glared at Chao Zheng and said coldly, "Chao Zheng, get lost immediately. Don't stand here and fart." At this moment, Emperor Xia was thoroughly enraged. He did not care about his image anymore. What a joke. If he angered Mo Qingyun, he might not even be able to keep his life. What would he care about his image? Chao Zheng scrammed to the side. "Don't stand here and fart." Upon hearing Emperor Xia's words, Chao Yu and the rest were dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with surprise and confusion. As for Chao Zheng, he looked like he had been wronged and was about to cry. He was thinking for the sake of Emperor Xia's reputation, but Emperor Xia turned around and scolded him. This was too unreasonable. Why was he always the one getting hurt? Emperor Xia, my brother, seeing Chao Zheng being scolded for no reason, Chao Yu could not stand it and wanted to explain on behalf of Chao Zheng. "Chao Yu, you shut up too." However, without waiting for Chao Yu to speak, Marshal Chao Wei scolded him and interrupted Chao Yu's words. Seeing Marshal Chao Wei's abnormal actions, Chao Yu and the rest were completely dumbfounded. This scene was simply too hard for them to accept. Originally, Chao Yu and Chao Yu were hoping that Marshal Chao Wei would help them regain their dignity. But now, not only did Marshal Chao Wei not help them, he even scolded them without asking any questions. How did this happen? This kind of situation was really too abnormal. However, before Chao Zheng and the others could figure it out, the following scene left them completely dumbfounded. I am Emperor Xia." Emperor Xia smiled flatteringly at Mo Qingyun and said, "Mr. Mo, you don't have to call me Emperor Xia. Just call me Xiao Peng. May I know what orders Mr. Mo has for me?" "Just call me Xiao Peng." After hearing Emperor Xia's words, Chao Zheng and the rest were speechless. Their emotions were extremely complicated. What was wrong with Emperor Xia today? Did he take the wrong medicine? With regards to Emperor Xia's attitude, Mo Qingyun did not mind at all. He pointed at Chao Zheng and the other man and said coldly, "I want both of their places to participate in the grand examination. This won't make things difficult for you, right?" "No, not at all." Emperor Xia quickly shook his head and replied to Mo Qingyun, "Mr. Mo, is 2 places enough? If not, I can let you arrange the places for this year's grand examination." "No need to is enough." After hearing Emperor Xia's words, Mo Qingyun waved his hand and replied faintly. Initially, he only wanted 1 place. However, after seeing Chao Zheng, he changed his mind and decided to give Wang Zishu a place as well. As for more places, he did not need them. 2 places were enough. Hearing the conversation between Emperor Xia and Mo Qingyun at this moment, Li Yin and the others who were at the side felt extremely depressed. Chao Zheng and Chao Yu fought with Mo Qingyun for a place and were badly beaten by Mo Qingyun. Now, Emperor Xia directly asked Mo Qingyun if it was enough. If it was not enough, he could give all the places to Mo Qingyun. What made them even more speechless was that Mo Qingyun actually rejected Emperor Xia's request. The difference between them was simply too great. "We will follow Mr. Mo's arrangements." After hearing Mo Qingyun's reply, Emperor Xia smiled and said to Mo Qingyun, "If that is the case, Chao Zheng and Chao Yu's places for the grand examination will be transferred to Mr. Mo. Emperor Xia, You can't do this. After hearing Emperor Xia's words, Chao Zheng's expression changed, and he wanted to persuade Emperor Xia. However, before Chao Zheng could finish his words, Emperor Xia interrupted him. Chao Zheng, do I need you to teach me how to do things? After interrupting Chao Zheng, Emperor Xia's face darkened, and he said coldly, Chao Zheng, your and Chao Yu's actions today have disappointed me. From today onwards, you and Chao Yu will go to the border and are not allowed to take a step into the Xia kingdom. Emperor Xia, after hearing Emperor Xia's decree, Chao Zheng's body trembled and his face turned pale. He could not accept this result. Not long ago, he was the number one in the younger generation of the Xia kingdom and was about to participate in the grand examination. He was going to show off his skills in the great Yin dynasty. However, in the blink of an eye, he was sent to the border and was never put in an important position again. The contrast between the two was too great, and he couldn't accept it in his heart. So after hearing Emperor Xia's decision, Marshal Chao Wei sighed, but he did not dare to stop it. From his point of view, what Emperor Xia said was a good thing for Chao Zheng and Chao Yu. This was equivalent to indirectly punishing Chao Zheng and Chao Yu. In this way, Mo Qingyun could not punish Chao Zheng and Chao Yu. After punishing Chao Zheng and Chao Yu, Emperor Xia did not hesitate and immediately wrote 2 recommendation letters. He handed them to Mo Qingyun and smiled. Mr. Mo, these are the recommendation letters. Please take them. Thank you. After receiving the recommendation letters from Emperor Xia, Mo Qingyun smiled and thanked him. He turned to Qi Lian and said, Qi Lian, let's go. After signaling to Qi Lian, Mo Qingyun rode on Savage Beast and flew out of the palace. Phew! After seeing Mo Qingyun and Chao Yu leave, Emperor Xia and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They looked relaxed. Finally, these 2 fiends were sent away. Emperor Xia, I don't accept this. At this moment, after Mo Qingyun and Chao Yu left, Chao Zheng's face was filled with anger, and he spoke with dissatisfaction. You don't accept this? After hearing Chao Zheng's words, Emperor Xia's face turned cold, and he looked at Chao Zheng coldly. He could bow and scrape to Mo Qingyun, but it did not mean that Chao Zheng could be rude to him. Slap! At this moment, when Emperor Xia was glaring at Chao Zheng, Marshal Chao Wei raised his hand and slapped Chao Zheng. He said angrily, Bastard, you have to accept this even if you don't accept it. Do you know who Mr. Mo is? Is he someone you can compare to? After being slapped by Chao Wei, Chao Zheng completely exploded. He showed an indifferent expression and said with dissatisfaction, Who is that kid? He is just relying on Marquis Penglin's favor to intimidate others. Relying on his relationship with Marquis Penglin? After hearing Chao Zheng's words, Emperor Xia and the rest had a change of expression. They looked at Chao Zheng with a mocking expression. He did not even know who Mo Qingyun was, and he wanted to compare himself to Mo Qingyun. This was too stupid. Relying on my relationship. After a short moment of silence, Marquis Penglin showed a mocking expression and looked at Chao Zheng. He said, Kid, do you know who Mr. Mo is? To tell you the truth, I am just his errand boy. You should be happy that you are still alive today. Don't be ungrateful. Just an errand boy. After hearing Penglin's words, Chao Zheng and the rest were shocked. They were shocked by Marquis Penglin's words. With Marquis Penglin's status, he was just an errand boy. Mo Qingyun's identity was too powerful. Seeing the shock on the faces of Chao Zheng and the others, Penglin revealed a serious expression and said to him in a deep voice, Kid, you should know that the Du and Hai families were destroyed overnight, right? After hearing Penglin's words, Chao Zheng and the rest trembled and said in fear, Marquis Penglin, you mean? At this moment, Chao Zheng and the rest seemed to understand why Emperor Xia and the rest were so afraid of Mo Qingyun. You're not stupid after all. Seeing Chao Zheng's reaction, Marquis Penglin smiled faintly and said to Chao Zheng, In the future, all of you should restrain yourselves and obediently guard the border. You're lucky to be able to keep your lives this time. Chao Zheng understood. Chao Yu understood. Now that they knew Mo Qingyun's identity, Chao Zheng and the rest did not dare to be arrogant. They all showed respect. Mo Qingyun was at this level. He was not someone they could provoke. Their Chao family was not as powerful as the Du family. Mo Qingyun could even destroy the Du family. If he wanted to destroy the Chao family, it would be a matter of minutes. After thinking about this, Chao Zheng and Chao Yu felt a chill down their backs. Chapter 3:18. After leaving the imperial palace of the Xia kingdom, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian headed straight for the Great Yin dynasty. After traveling for a period of time, Mo Qingyun let Qi Lian ride Savage Beast and lead the way. He entered the He Xian Hall to cultivate and raise his cultivation so that he could have more confidence in the grand examination. According to Mo Qingyun's understanding, to achieve good results in the grand examination, one had to be at the Yuan Dan realm. Although his battle strength was shocking, it was inconvenient for him to reveal some of his trump cards in the grand examination. As such, he could only rely on his own strength. In this way, his strength would be greatly restricted, so he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Half a month later, in the Heixian Hall, Mo Qingyun's aura suddenly increased, breaking through to the 8th level of the true energy realm. Breaking through to the 8th level of the true energy realm, Mo Qingyun's face showed a hint of joy. He was very satisfied with his cultivation speed. Immediately, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and continued to raise his cultivation. He thought that if he could raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the true energy realm before the grand examination, that would be the best. Just like this, time passed by as Mo Qingyun cultivated. 10 days later, Mo Qingyun's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the true energy realm. At this moment, other than his cultivation breakthrough, his understanding of the fire esoteric had also improved, reaching the 4th level of the esoteric meaning, a great improvement. 1 month later, Mo Qingyun's cultivation had reached the peak of the middle level of the true energy realm, only a step away from the late level. This discovery made Mo Qingyun happy, and he had more confidence in breaking through to the 9th level of the true energy realm before the grand examination. At the same time, the clone that had been refining the bloodthirsty violet night grass had finally refined it. After refining the bloodthirsty violet night grass, the clone's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the true energy realm. If it weren't for the limitations of cultivation, the cultivation level of this incarnation might have already reached the Yuan Dan stage. Although both his cultivation and that of his incarnation had achieved breakthroughs, Mo Qingyun did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate. Just like that, another half a month passed. Young Lord were in Flame City. When Mo Qingyun heard Qi Lian's voice transmission, he stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. Peak of the 8th level of the true energy realm. When Mo Qingyun stopped cultivating, he sensed his own cultivation level and felt slightly disappointed. He thought to himself, I didn't reach the 9th level of the true element stage, but there are still 5 days before the grand examination. Before the grand examination begins, I can still try to break through. After faintly laughing, Mo Qingyun's body flashed. He left Heixian Hall and appeared beside Qi Lian. As soon as he appeared beside Qi Lian, a 1,000-meter-tall city wall appeared in front of Mo Qingyun. It looked as if it had been poured with molten iron. Let's go in. Looking at the city wall in front of him, Mo Qingyun faintly smiled and gestured to Qi Lian. He then led the way into Flame City. As expected of Flame City, the capital of the Great Yin dynasty, Lianyun City's unique Pill Palace realm experts can be seen everywhere here. Looking at the endless stream of Pill Palace realm experts in front of him, Mo Qingyun faintly smiled and sighed. Sir, I am a waiter from the Clear Breeze Inn. May I know if you need a room? At this moment, as Mo Qingyun was walking forward, a young man at the 6th level of the true energy realm walked over respectfully. No need. Hearing the waiter's words, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly and coldly rejected him. Seeing Mo Qingyun's rejection, the waiter refused to give up and said, Is this your first time in Flame City? If that's the case, I could be your guide and guide you around Flame City. Guide? Hearing the waiter's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He had an idea and said, if that's the case, bring me to the place where Flame City bought a mansion. The place where you bought a mansion? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the waiter's body immediately trembled. The way he looked at Mo Qingyun greatly changed. The cheapest mansion in Flame City cost at least 1 billion elemental spirit stones. He really didn't expect the two in front of him to be so rich. Sir, please follow me. After being stunned for a moment, the waiter respectfully led the way for Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian. Young lord, you plan to buy a mansion? Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Qi Lian revealed a trace of surprise and asked Mo Qingyun. Yes. Mo Qingyun nodded and replied, my family members have all come to Flame City with me. They can't always stay in Heixian Palace, so we have to solve the problem of their residence first. If that's the case, we do need to buy a mansion first. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian nodded and expressed his approval of Mo Qingyun's idea. At this moment, after Qi Lian responded to Mo Qingyun, he suddenly frowned and said in surprise, what's wrong? Seeing the change in Qi Lian's expression, Mo Qingyun's expression also changed, and he asked Qi Lian. Hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Qi Lian frowned and replied, I seem to have sensed a trace of a blood slave in that direction. As Qi Lian spoke, he pointed to the west of Flame City. There was an extremely majestic mansion there. Blood slave? Upon hearing Qi Lian's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed immediately. He was slightly shocked by Qi Lian's words. In Flame City, Qi Lian actually sensed a blood slave's connection. This situation was too strange. Unless this blood slave was subdued before Qi Lian was reborn and came to the Great Yin dynasty unintentionally. After muttering to himself for a moment, Mo Qingyun's expression turned solemn. He said to Qi Lian, we've just arrived in the Great Yin dynasty. Don't act rashly now. Wait until you're familiar with it. If you have the chance, you can go and investigate. Yes, young lord. Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian nodded and replied. An hour later, under the guidance of the shop assistant, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian arrived at the place where the mansions were sold. My lords, this Great Yin real estate is the place where the mansions are sold. When they arrived in front of the huge palace, the shop assistant had a respectful expression on his face as he made an inviting gesture to Mo Qingyun. Then, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian walked into the palace and prepared to choose a mansion. At this moment, Mo Qingyun was surprised to see many people looking at the mansions in the Great Yin real estate. When the shop assistant saw Mo Qingyun's puzzled and surprised expression, he smiled faintly and explained to Mo Qingyun, my lords, the grand examination is held once every 5 years now. Hence, there are many people here. Many people are here to buy mansions and accompany their young masters to cultivate in Dine Province. I see. Upon hearing the shop assistant's words, Mo Qingyun understood and nodded. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun walked into the Great Yin real estate, 2 beautiful figures walked toward him. These were 2 extremely beautiful women. One of them looked lively and generous. She exuded a heroic aura and gave off the feeling that she was not inferior to men. The other one looked gentle and quiet. She was well-educated and well-mannered like a lady from a wealthy family. She was as gentle as water. Senior Sister Wuyo, if you need a mansion, you can ask the king to give you one. Why are you here to buy one? The quiet girl frowned slightly and looked puzzled as she asked the heroic girl beside her. Junior Sister Hanyin, you don't understand. When she heard the quiet girl's words, Yi Wuyo smiled mysteriously and said slyly, I'm buying this mansion to make it Carefree Pavilion's base of operations. That's why I can't let Father know. Otherwise, he'll definitely scold me again. Moreover, I plan to buy a mansion in your name this time. In my name? When she heard Yi Wuyo's plan, Long Hanyin looked troubled. She felt helpless toward Yi Wuyo and said, Senior Sister Wuyo, I'm afraid this isn't a good idea. If Father finds out, I won't be able to explain myself when I return. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for you. Yuyo puffed out her chest and replied heroically, Aren't you my good sister? If you're my good sister, then you must help me. All right. When she heard Yuyo's words, a helpless expression appeared on Long Hanyun's face. She nodded and agreed. Then, the two ladies looked at the models of the various mansions in Great Yan's real estate. Greetings, Princess Wuyo, Miss Han Yan. When the shop assistant saw the two ladies walking past him, he immediately bowed at them with a dazed expression on his face. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be intoxicated. When he saw the young man's expression, Mo Qingyun smiled wryly and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun shook his head, Yi Wuyo frowned and took a few steps toward Mo Qingyun. She looked up at Mo Qingyun and said coquettishly, Brat, why are you shaking your head when you see us? When he heard Yi Wuyo's words, a stunned expression appeared on Mo Qingyun's face. He did not expect to provoke her like this. However, when Yi Wuyo was angry, there was a hint of cuteness amidst her heroic aura. After a brief moment of shock, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, I saw that you were too beautiful, so I wanted to shake my head to keep myself awake. When she heard Mo Qingyun's words, Yi Wuyo immediately covered her mouth and giggled. She glared at Mo Qingyun and said, You have a glib tongue. However, seeing that you're honest, I won't hold it against you. Honest? When he heard Yi Wuyo's words, Mo Qingyun immediately smiled wryly. He did not know what to say. Was he being honest? At this moment, Yi Wuyo's interest was piqued. She sized up Mo Qingyun and said, Brat, you're here to participate in the grand examination, right? That's right. Mo Qingyun did not hide it. He nodded and replied to Yi Wuyo. Very good. Yi Wuyo nodded and looked at Mo Qingyun with a crafty smile. She took out a token and tossed it to Mo Qingyun, saying, This is our Wuyo Pavilion's member token. I approve of your entry. In the future, if you encounter any trouble in the Hidden Dragon Institute, you can use my name. After Yi Wuyo finished speaking, she walked away with Long Hanyun and continued to look at the model of the mansion. Senior Wuyo, you're trying to trick someone into joining Wuyo Pavilion again. Seeing Yi Wuyo's actions, Long Hanyun revealed a playful expression and rolled her eyes at Yi Wuyo. Chapter 319. Yi Wuyo, Wuyo Pavilion. Interesting. Looking at the token in his hand, Mo Qingyun revealed a faint smile. He was a little surprised by Yi Wuyo's actions. Soon after, he glanced at the two girls with interest and kept the token in his hand. Sir, you are really too amazing to be able to speak with Princess Wuyo. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun kept the token, the shop assistant's face was full of worship. His eyes were shining as he looked at Mo Qingyun as if he was an idol or role model. Is it very difficult? Mo Qingyun's expression froze when he saw the waiter's expression. He asked in puzzlement. It's more than difficult. Seeing Mo Qingyun's nonchalant expression, the shop assistant was about to go crazy. With a serious face, he said, Princess Yi Wuyo, Miss Long Hanyun, and Miss Lung Mingshuang of the Lung family are the three great beauties of Yan City. If I can speak with them, even if they want me to die immediately, I will not hesitate to agree. Long Hanyun, Lung Mingshuang, could they be from the Long and Lung family? Hearing the shop assistant's words, Mo Qingyun's expression unconsciously changed. He secretly pondered in his heart and glanced at Long Hanyun again. After thinking for a while, Mo Qingyun revealed a curious expression and asked the shop assistant, Tell me about the division of power in Yan City. Okay. The shop assistant replied and began to explain, Yan City has countless big and small factions. However, there are only 5 factions with supreme status. They're the 3 families, the 1 residence, and the 1 hall. 3 families, 1 residence, and 1 hall? Hearing the shop assistant's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He asked curiously, Tell me about the situation of these 3 families, 1 residence, and 1 hall. These 3 families refer to the Royal Yi family, the Long family, and the Lung family. One prefecture is naturally Dian province, and one palace is the blood refining palace. When he mentioned the blood refinement hall, the little shop assistant's expression turned grave. He whispered to Mo Qingyun, "Sir, if you meet people from the blood refinement hall in the future, you must stay away from them. They are very dangerous." Blood refining hall? When he heard the young man's words, Qi Lian's expression suddenly changed, and he pondered in his heart. After pondering deeply for a short moment, Qi Lian revealed a solemn expression, and he said to Mo Qingyun in a low voice, "Young lord, if I'm not wrong, this blood refinement hall is definitely related to my blood slave." "Yes." Mo Qingyun nodded. His expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, "Wait until I enter Dian province and familiarize myself with the powers in Flame Capital. Then you can go and explore the blood refining hall." "Yes." Qi Lian nodded. He followed behind Mo Qingyun and continued to look at the mansions in Great Yan's real estate. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun and the other two were walking, a group of young men blocked their path. "What's the matter?" When he saw the group's actions, Mo Qingyun frowned and spoke coldly. "Oh my, this brat's got quite the temper." When he heard Mo Qingyun's cold words, the leader of the group of young men looked at Mo Qingyun disdainfully and said, "Brat, did you obtain a carefree token earlier?" "That's right." Mo Qingyun looked at him indifferently and replied calmly, "What does that have to do with you?" When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, the leader's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "Brat, if you know what's good for you, you'd hand over the carefree token and get out of here. What if I don't?" When he heard the threat, Mo Qingyun's expression turned cold, and he replied with a displeased tone, "Brat, you're here to participate in the grand examination, aren't you?" When Mo Qingyun finished speaking, one of the people walked out from the group and said coldly to Mo Qingyun, "Brat, I advise you to do as young Master Lung Yang says. Otherwise, you might lose your life before the grand examination even begins." Lung Yang, a member of the Lung family? When he heard the young man's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He looked at Lung Yang in surprise. When he saw the change in Mo Qingyun's expression, Lung Yang smiled coldly, thinking that Mo Qingyun was afraid after hearing his identity. Soon after, Lung Yang arrogantly raised his head and looked down at Mo Qingyun with an arrogant expression. He said, "Brat, now you know fear. If you don't want to die, hand over the carefree token and get out of Great Yan's real estate. Then, leave Yin City forever." At this moment, while Mo Qingyun and Lung Yang were confronting each other, when Long Hanyin saw this, she showed a worried expression and said to Yi Wuyo, "Senior Sister Wuyo, he's being targeted by the people of Jade Peak Hall. It looks like he'll have to leave Carefree Pavilion." That bunch of annoying flies. When Yi Wuyo heard Long Hanyin's words, she looked at Mo Qingyun and walked over angrily. She looked at Lung Yang and said coldly, "Lung Yang, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to make life difficult for me?" "Aha, so it's sister-in-law Wuyo." When he saw Yi Wuyo approaching, Lung Yang laughed awkwardly and said, "Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. I'm just doing this for your sake. I'm trying to prevent people with ill intentions from sneaking into Carefree Pavilion. That's my business. You don't have to worry about it." When she heard Lung Yang's words, Yi Wuyo looked embarrassed and angry. Her face flushed red as she said, "Also, I'm not your sister-in-law. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." When she said this, she put on a fierce expression and glared at Lung Yang. However, she didn't look scary at all. On the contrary, she looked a little like a Lolita. "Brat, consider yourself lucky that sister-in-law Wuyo is here today." Seeing that Yi Wuyo was really angry, Lung Yang didn't continue to stay. He looked coldly at Mo Qingyun and said, "If you know what's good for you, get out of Flame City within 3 days. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This isn't a place for a country bumpkin like you to stay. You and your Lung family don't have the right to make me leave Flame City." In response to Lung Yao's threat, Mo Qingyun had an indifferent expression on his face as he replied coldly, As soon as Mo Qingyun said this, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed. They all looked at Mo Qingyun with astonishment. For Mo Qingyun to actually say such words, it really surprised them too much. I didn't expect this brat to have some guts. Yi Wuyo's eyes lit up as though he had discovered a new continent. He said happily, "Not bad, not bad. If he's properly groomed, he should be able to share some of the pressure for me." Sigh. Another fellow who's puffing himself up at his own cost. I hope he'll be fine. Long Hanyin felt that Mo Qingyun's actions were a shameless act. She wanted to use this to gain Yi Wuyo's favor. This lord is amazing. If only I had his heroic spirit, I'd be satisfied for the rest of my life. The shop assistant still had a look of worship on his face. His expression was excited as he looked at Mo Qingyun. "Oof, brat, you're courting death." Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Yang glared at Mo Qingyun with a dark expression before he slowly walked out of the Great Yin real estate. However, when Lung Yang walked out of the Great Yin real estate, he smiled playfully at Yi Wuyo and said, "Sister-in-law Wuyo, cousin Lung, Hui has already said that you're the woman he's set his mind on. He said that he'll propose marriage to the king after he's broken through to the Pill Palace." Scram! Upon hearing Lung Yang's words, Yi Wuyo immediately went berserk. She was like a cute little tiger cub that was fierce yet cute. Upon seeing Yi Wuyo's reaction, Long Hanyin had a helpless expression on her face. She also looked at Lung Yang with disgust. Upon seeing this, Mo Qingyun's expression changed quickly. He thought to himself, "It seems like the relationship between the five great forces is more complicated than I thought." After giving it some thought, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. He cupped his fists at Yi Wuyo and said, "Thank you for stepping in and helping me out of this predicament, senior sister Wuyo. You know how to repay kindness." "Not bad, not bad." Upon seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Yi Wuyo adopted the posture of an elder. She patted Mo Qingyun's shoulder and said, "Brat, I have high hopes for you. I've decided to promote you to the Deputy Pavilion Master of Carefree Pavilion." "Promote me to the Deputy Pavilion Master?" Upon hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Mo Qingyun was instantly dumbfounded. He could not believe his ears. He had been promoted from a lowly soldier to a Deputy Pavilion Master who was second only to one person. Was this not a quick climb? "Congratulations, my lord. You've become the Deputy Pavilion Master of Carefree Pavilion." At this moment, the shop assistant immediately worshipped Mo Qingyun to the core. He was just short of kneeling and kowtowing to Mo Qingyun. He had joined Carefree Pavilion for less than 15 minutes, and yet he had become the Deputy Pavilion Master of Carefree Pavilion. This was too amazing. Don't feel pressured. Senior sister believes in you. You will definitely be up to the task. Yi Wuyo smiled slyly. She blinked her big bright eyes and encouraged Mo Qingyun. Then she said, "In the future, the task of recruiting members of Carefree Pavilion will fall on you. Perform well. If you encounter any trouble, you can come and find me." "You want me to recruit members?" Mo Qingyun was truly stunned by Yi Wuyo's actions. For a moment, he did not know what to say. After being stunned for a moment, Mo Qingyun revealed a curious look. He asked Yi Wuyo, "May I ask, senior sister, how many members does Carefree Pavilion have now?" "Let me think." Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Yi Wuyo thought for a moment and replied, "Including you, there are already 4 people now." "Only 4?" Upon hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Mo Qingyun was immediately dumbfounded. He did not know what to say. This so-called Carefree Pavilion actually only had 3 people before he entered. It didn't seem like much at all. Although we don't have many people in Carefree Pavilion, each and every one of us is an elite. Seeing Mo Qingyun's disappointment, Yi Wuyo's expression hardened. She said with some displeasure, "For example, junior sister Hanyin and I are one of the 3 beauties of Flame City. Also, our disciplinary elder is my brother, Yi Xuanqiu. He is one of the 4 great experts of Dian Province's Soaring Dragon Academy." How is it? Amazing, right? After introducing the people of Carefree Pavilion, Yi Wuyo smiled slyly and said to Mo Qingyun, "Also, you are now one of the higher-ups of Carefree Pavilion. It's too late to quit." Chapter 320. Hee. When Long Hanyin saw Mo Qingyun's gloomy expression, she covered her mouth and giggled. Her smile was enough to topple cities. When Mo Qingyun heard Long Hanyin's laughter, he instinctively glanced at her. He thought to himself, Long Hanyin is a member of the Long family. If I join Worryless Pavilion, I'll be able to get to know her. Perhaps I'll be able to get some information about my mother from her. With that thought in mind, Mo Qingyun made up his mind. He thought to himself, in that case, joining Worryless Pavilion doesn't seem like a bad idea. Then, Mo Qingyun stopped thinking about it. He looked at Yi Wuyo with a faint smile and said, "Why would I quit? It's my honor to join Worryless Pavilion. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future, senior sister. At least you still have some conscience. You didn't let me down." When Yi Wuyo heard Mo Qingyun's words, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She looked at Mo Qingyun and said, "Junior brother, are you planning to buy a mansion in Great Yin Real Estate?" "That's right." Mo Qingyun did not evade Yi Wuyo's question. He nodded in response. When Yi Wuyo heard Mo Qingyun's reply, her eyes lit up immediately. A plan formed in her mind. She smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother, why don't I give you a mansion?" "You're giving me a mansion?" When Mo Qingyun heard Yi Wuyo's words, he was stunned. He looked at Yi Wuyo with a shocked expression. Yi Wuyo's current actions were truly beyond his expectations. After a brief moment of shock, Mo Qingyun had a bad feeling. He had a vague feeling that Yi Wuyo was up to no good again. Don't let your imagination run wild. When Yi Wuyo saw Mo Qingyun's expression, she rolled her eyes at Mo Qingyun and said solemnly, "Junior sister Han Yin and I have special statuses. If we buy a mansion, there might be some unnecessary trouble. Hence, I'd like to use your name to buy a mansion." "I see." Hearing Yi Wuyo's explanation, Mo Qingyun immediately understood her thoughts and nodded in agreement. Following that, Mo Qingyun and the others searched for a suitable residence in Great Yan's real estate. When Mo Qingyun and Yi Wuyo walked together, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone revealed expressions of envy and admiration. Fortunately, these people weren't like Lung Yang. They didn't rush up to trouble Mo Qingyun, which saved Mo Qingyun a lot of trouble. After a while, Mo Qingyun and Li Wuyo searched for a while. A conjoined mansion attracted Mo Qingyun's attention. This mansion was very large, several times larger than the Azure Jade Mansion. It was divided into two parts, the main mansion and the side mansion. "Senior sister, what do you think of the Tianyan Mansion?" When he saw the mansion, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He asked Yi Wuyo, "The Tianyan Mansion is divided into two parts, the main mansion and the side mansion. I can use the main mansion to house my clansmen. You can use the side mansion as Carefree Pavilion's base of operations. Since the two mansions are together, it'll be easier for me to take care of them." "It's good, but the price." When Yi Wuyo heard Mo Qingyun's words, she was slightly tempted. However, when she saw the price, she frowned and looked troubled. Tianyan Mansion, 10 billion Origin Spirit Stones. When he saw the price, Mo Qingyun's expression changed as well. He was slightly shocked by the price of the Tianyan Mansion. If he bought the Tianyan Mansion, he might not have enough Origin Spirit Stones to feed the Eye Devil. That would be troublesome. However, after pondering for a short while, Mo Qingyun still decided to buy the Tianyan Mansion. With that thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He turned to Yi Wuyo and said, "Senior sister, give me the Origin Spirit Stones you have. I'll make up for the rest. We'll buy the Tianyan Mansion. You'll make up for it?" When Yi Wuyo heard Mo Qingyun's words, she looked at Mo Qingyun in surprise. She didn't quite believe Mo Qingyun's words. She only had 3 billion Origin Spirit Stones on her. In other words, she was still short 7 billion Origin Spirit Stones to buy the Tianyan Mansion. Did Mo Qingyun have 7 billion origin spirit stones? She clearly didn't believe that Mo Qingyun had 7 billion origin spirit stones on him. That's right. Mo Qingyun nodded and replied to Yu Wuyo with a solemn expression. Seeing Mo Qingyun's expression, Yu Wuyo felt that Mo Qingyun wasn't joking. She said, "There are only 3 billion origin spirit stones here. If you want to buy the Tianyan mansion, you'll need 7 billion origin spirit stones. Do you have that many origin spirit stones?" "Senior Sister Wuyo, I have 2 billion origin spirit stones here. If you don't have enough, you can take mine first." At this time, Long Hanyin suddenly spoke up and took out her universe bag. "Miss Long, thank you." Mo Qingyun thanked Long Hanyin when he saw her actions. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister, you don't need to worry. It's only 7 billion origin spirit stones. I could still take it out." "You really have 7 billion origin spirit stones?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Yu Wuyo and Long Hanyin's expressions were both shocked as they uttered words of shock. Mo Qingyun nodded and didn't say anything else. He took Yu Wuyo's 3 billion origin spirit stones and walked toward the Great Yin Real Estate's administrative center. Who is this guy? He actually has 7 billion origin spirit stones. Looking at Mo Qingyun, who was going through the purchase procedures, Yu Wuyo's face was filled with shock. He was stunned on the spot. Did I see wrongly? Long Hanyin also sized up Mo Qingyun. It seemed as though she wanted to see through Mo Qingyun. However, she quickly gave up. At this moment, Mo Qingyun suddenly became a mystery in the hearts of the two women. 2 hours later, Mo Qingyun finished the purchase procedures of the mansion. He put away the title deed and left the Great Yin Real Estate with the two girls. At this moment, Mo Qingyun was leaving the Great Yin Real Estate. Lung Yang and the others didn't leave. They lingered outside the Great Yin Real Estate like ghosts. When Lung Yao saw that Mo Qingyun was still with Yu Wuyo and the other two girls, his face immediately turned gloomy. He made a beheading gesture towards Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun chose to ignore Lung Yang's actions. He walked toward the Tianyan mansion with the two girls with an indifferent expression. "Young Master Lung Yang, this brat has been with Princess Wuyo. We didn't have a chance to make a move." A young man beside Lung Yao revealed a troubled expression and said to Lung Yao in a distressed tone, "Oomph." As expected, he's a piece of trash who only knows how to hide behind women. Upon hearing the words of the person beside him, Lung Yang's expression darkened. He ordered a second-level pill palace guard behind him. ****, follow that brat. If he's separated from Princess Wuyo and the others, kill him. "Yes, young Master Lung Yang." Upon hearing Lung Yang's order, the **** nodded and silently followed Mo Qingyun. "Young lord, someone's following us." When the **** approached Mo Qingyun and the others, Qi Lian frowned and said coldly to Mo Qingyun. Upon hearing Qi Lian's words, Mo Qingyun's expression darkened. He said to Qi Lian, "Go and get rid of him. Make sure you're clean. Don't let anyone discover you." "Yes, young lord." Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's order, Qi Lian sneered. He slowly separated from Mo Qingyun and approached the ****. 15 minutes later, Qi Lian returned to Mo Qingyun's side and reported to Mo Qingyun that the person following them had been killed. Meanwhile, while Qi Lian was reporting, an enormous estate appeared before Mo Qingyun's eyes. This was the Tianyan Mansion. The Tianyan Mansion structure was similar to a mansion's model. It was composed of a large main mansion and a small side mansion. "Senior sister, Lady Long, let's go in." Upon seeing the Tianyan Mansion before him, Mo Qingyun smiled at the two ladies and walked into the Tianyan Mansion. After entering the Tianyan Mansion, Yu Wuyo walked to the side mansion of the Tianyan Mansion and looked at the scenery in the side mansion. As soon as they walked into the side mansion, Yu Wuyo and Long Tianyan were overjoyed. It seemed like they were very satisfied with the side mansion. "Junior brother, I'll leave this place to you." After a short while, after looking through the side mansion, Yu Wuyo bid farewell to Mo Qingyun and said, "After the grand examination ends in a few days, We'll recruit members and bring them here. After that, Yi Weiyou and Long Hanyan left the Tianyan mansion together. After Yi Weiyou and Long Tianyan left, Mo Qingyun returned to the main mansion of the Tianyan mansion and asked Mo Hong Tian and the others to come out of Heixian Hall. After a short while, Mo Hong Tian and the others came out. "Grandfather, this is the Tianyan mansion. Everyone will be living here from now on." Seeing Mo Hong Tian and the others come out, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and said to Mo Hong Tian and the others. After that, Mo Qingyun left some instructions to Mo Hong Tian and the others. Then, he found a small, secluded courtyard and entered it to cultivate. After Mo Qingyun started cultivating, Mo Hong Tian began to arrange everyone's living quarters. He was very good at this. After all, he was once the clan leader of the Mo clan. He was very experienced in managing a clan. Although Mo Qingyun had many subordinates by his side, the Tianyan mansion was big enough. Therefore, it was not difficult for Mo Hong Tian to arrange everything. While Mo Hong Tian was arranging everyone's living quarters, Mo Qingyun had already started cultivating. There were still 5 days before the grand examination began. He had to seize the time to cultivate and make a breakthrough before the grand examination began. Under Mo Qingyun's cultivation, the aura on his body slowly increased, giving others a feeling of sharpness. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. 9th level of the true energy realm. Mo Qingyun, who had been cultivating all this time, showed a trace of excitement on his face. He opened his eyes in joy. After 4 days of cultivation, his cultivation had finally broken through. He had successfully stepped into the 9th level of the true energy realm before the grand examination began. The grand examination begins tomorrow. I still have some time to stabilize my cultivation. Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he immediately began to cultivate and stabilize his cultivation. Just like that, time passed little by little under Mo Qingyun's cultivation. The night was silent. The next day, the sun rose slowly and shone into the room through the window. Feeling the rays of the sun, Mo Qingyun stopped cultivating. He slowly stood up and walked out of the room. The grand examination has finally begun. After coming out of the room, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. His body exuded a heroic aura. He said to Qi Lian, who was waiting respectfully outside, "Let's go to Dian province." Chapter 321. 15 minutes later, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian arrived in front of Dian province. At this moment, the outside of Dian province was filled with people. There were several long lines, all waiting to register for the grand examination. These people were all from the various kingdoms that had come to participate in the grand examination. Due to Mo Qingyun's arrival on Savage Beast, his appearance caused quite a commotion, causing everyone to look at him. "Boss, we're here." "Qingyun, you're finally here." "Brother Mo, we thought you weren't coming." When Mo Qingyun's appearance caused a commotion, Long Yutian and the other 3 in the crowd also noticed his arrival and waved at him. Seeing Ling Luo and the other 3 in the crowd, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and responded to them. However, because Ling Luo and the other 3 were in line, they didn't approach Mo Qingyun. After exchanging a few simple words with Ling Luo and the others, Mo Qingyun walked to a line with fewer people and waited for the grand examination to register. Just like this, Mo Qingyun silently waited. After 2 hours, it was finally Mo Qingyun's turn. Seeing that it was his turn, Mo Qingyun walked forward, took out his recommendation letter, and handed it to the registrar. "Look, it's the Wang clan's #1 genius, Wang Lan." At this moment, when Mo Qingyun handed over his recommendation letter, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this exclamation, everyone turned their heads and looked towards Wang Lan, revealing expressions of reverence. The Wang clan was a powerful clan that was second only to the 5 great factions in Yin capital. As a genius of the Wang clan, Wang Lan's status was naturally extraordinary. As Wang Lan slowly walked closer, the crowd in the line immediately became restless. It's said that Wang Lan has a grade 12 normal martial spirit, the fiery-tailed golden lion. I've heard that Wang Lan's cultivation seems to have reached the second layer of the Yuan dance stage, and he's a popular candidate for the top 10 in this year's grand examination. That's nothing. Let me tell you, Wang Lan has long been favored by the elders of Dine Province. They want to take him in as a direct disciple. It's not just Wang Lan. The young geniuses of the three families and the blood-refining palace have also been chosen by the elders of Dine Province. At this moment, the crowd began to whisper. Then, under everyone's gaze, Wang Lan walked up to the registration counter with her head held high. After a while, Wang Lan walked to the registration counter and glanced at Mo Qingyun with disdain. After glancing at Mo Qingyun, Wang Lan arrogantly took out the recommendation letter and handed it to the registrar. This is Elder Lan Feng's recommendation letter. Please register my test information first. Yes, young Master Wang Lan. Hearing Wang Lan's words, the registrar immediately revealed a servile smile and responded. Wait, what right does he have to be in front of me? Seeing the registrar's actions, Mo Qingyun revealed a displeased expression and spoke in dissatisfaction. Kid, you're just a country bumpkin from Xia. How dare you compare yourself to young Master Wang Lan? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the registrar's expression darkened. Glancing at Mo Qingyun with disdain, he coldly said, Now, get back in line. Don't stand here and obstruct young Master Wang Lan. Otherwise, don't even think about registering your test information today. Get out of the way and line up again. As soon as the registrar finished speaking, the expressions of the people around him changed. They all looked at Mo Qingyun with the same expression. This kid is really unlucky. After waiting for a few hours, when it was finally his turn, he had to line up again. Sigh, this is the way of the world. Without strength and status, you'll be bullied no matter where you go. I'm very curious how this kid will respond to this. What else can he do? Of course he'll obediently line up again. Would he dare to express his dissatisfaction with Wang Lan? In an instant, the crowd began to chatter again, feeling indignant on behalf of Mo Qingyun. Kid, get out. At this moment, while the crowd was whispering, Wang Lan revealed a smug smile and said arrogantly, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to teach anyone a lesson. Don't want to teach anyone a lesson? Hearing Wang Lan's words, Mo Qingyun narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Lan with a cold expression. He coldly said, I'm also telling you to get out of here before I get angry. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Don't blame me for being rude. Once Mo Qingyun finished speaking, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions. Mo Qingyun was going against Wang Lan. After replying to Wang Lan, Mo Qingyun looked displeased. He looked at the staff member and questioned, Who gave you the right to let him cut the queue? Kid, it's not up to you to lecture me. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and line up again. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the staff member's expression immediately darkened. He coldly said to Mo Qingyun, Also, how can you compare yourself to young Master Wang Lan? He's the #1 genius of the Wang family. He has a grade 12 martial spirit, the fiery-tailed golden lion. His cultivation has reached the second level of the Yuan Dan stage, and he's highly regarded by the elders of the martial house. Is a grade 12 martial spirit very strong? Hearing the staff member's words, Mo Qingyun smiled disdainfully and looked at the staff member with disdain. A grade 12 martial spirit isn't very strong, but it's definitely not something a kid like you can compare to. When Mo Qingyun's words fell, Wang Lan revealed an arrogant expression, as if he was unparalleled in the world. Wang Lan, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more and more arrogant. At this moment, after Wang Lan finished speaking, a young man carrying a wine jug slowly walked towards Mo Qingyun and sneered at Wang Lan. You're not the only one with a grade 12 martial spirit here. What gives you the right to cut the queue? At this moment, the person who spoke was Long Yuqian. Withered Bone Demon Dragon, appear. After Long Yutian finished speaking, he summoned his martial spirit. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared above him. That's the first-rate grade 12 martial spirit, the Withered Bone Demon Dragon martial spirit. This martial spirit is slightly stronger than Wang Lan's ordinary grade 12 martial spirit, the fiery-tailed Golden Lion martial spirit. At this moment, when Long Yutian released his martial spirit, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically and revealed shocked expressions. Long Yutian, it's you. Seeing the young man carrying a wine jug in front of him, Wang Lan's expression turned ugly. He said with some fear, This has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle in other people's business. I'm definitely meddling in other people's business. After hearing Wang Lan's words, Long Yutian lifted his hand and placed it on Mo Qingyun's shoulder. He smiled faintly and said, Mo Qingyun, my brother. At this moment, when Long Yutian was speaking, a few powerful auras suddenly appeared above Mo Qingyun. These powerful auras came from a few powerful martial spirits. After these powerful auras appeared, the crowd immediately noticed the martial spirits in the sky. Immediately, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. That's a first-rate grade 12 martial spirit, the Soul Eater Demonic Wolf martial spirit, and a first-rate grade 12 martial spirit, the Spiritual Sword martial spirit. Could that be a first-rate grade 12 martial spirit, the Blue Dream Ice Butterfly martial spirit? Tree of Life, that's a high-grade grade 12 martial spirit, the Tree of Life martial spirit. What's going on? Why are there so many superb martial spirits appearing all of a sudden? At this moment, everyone was in a daze as they looked at Mo Qingyun's side in shock. However, at this moment, while everyone was in a state of shock, the owners of these martial spirits looked at Mo Qingyun with arrogance and said, Mo Qingyun, my brother. At this moment, the few people who had said these words were Ling Luo and the others who had walked to Mo Qingyun's side. Mo Qingyun, my brother. When these words came out from Ling Luo and the others, everyone was instantly stunned on the spot, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. That unremarkable young man actually had so many monstrously talented friends. This was simply too shocking. At this moment, Mo Qingyun suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention as his body emitted a powerful light. Silence. At this moment, the entire registration area became incomparably quiet. Everyone held their breaths as they silently looked at the youth who was surrounded by a group of superb martial spirits. Mo Qingyun, gulp! After seeing this scene, the person in charge of registration just now secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and revealed a frightened expression. At this moment, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. He seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. In order to please a genius with a grade 12 martial spirit, he had offended a few other geniuses with grade 12 martial spirits. He was courting death. At this moment, not only was the person in charge of registration frightened, but even Wang Lan was a little flustered. If he had offended Long Yutian, it would have been fine. However, offending 5 people who were more talented than him at the same time was a little troublesome. However, Wang Lan was not an ordinary person. He was the #1 genius among the younger generation of the Wang family. After a short moment of shock, Wang Lan's heart calmed down. He looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain and said, Humph, you're just borrowing the power of others to intimidate others. In the end, you're just a piece of trash. Piece of trash? After hearing Wang Lan's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed and revealed a playful smile. He looked at Wang Lan and said, Are you sure that your talent is better than mine? Humph. Are you trying to tell me that you also have a grade 12 martial spirit? After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Wang Lan looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain. He curled his lips and said, Kid, let me tell you, in this Dian province, if you don't have a grade 12 martial spirit, you're no different from a piece of trash. Wang Lan did not believe that Mo Qingyun also had a grade 12 martial spirit. There had already been 5 grade 12 martial spirits. If Mo Qingyun still had a grade 12 martial spirit, then he would be damned. After hearing Wang Lan's words, the playful smile on Mo Qingyun's face became even more pronounced. He replied, I really don't have a grade 12 martial spirit. If you don't have a grade 12 martial spirit, then you're still acting tough in front of me. Chapter 322. At this moment, just as Wang Lan was speaking, roar. A dragon's roar came from above Mo Qingyun's body, following which the crowd saw a huge figure that was dozens of meters long appear above Mo Qingyun. This was Mo Qingyun's martial soul. From the aura of this martial soul, it seemed to be stronger than Long Yutian's martial soul and more solid. In other words, Mo Qingyun's martial soul's grade could be higher than Long Yutian's. Didn't this mean that Mo Qingyun's martial soul could be top grade 12, or even grade 13 martial soul? Once this thought appeared in the crowd's minds, they became excited and shocked to the extreme. Possessing a grade 13 martial soul, what kind of demonic talent was this? In an instant, the crowd quieted down, even quieter than before. That's an advanced grade 13 martial soul, the Scarlet Heavenly Dragon. Moments later, someone recognized Mo Qingyun's martial soul and exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar broke out in the crowd. An advanced grade 13 martial soul. What an awesome martial soul. This kid's talent is terrifying. A martial soul of this grade. I'm afraid the Great Yin Dynasty hasn't produced one in 100 years. There are too many demonic talents in this year's grand examination. At this moment, the surrounding people were all shocked. They were truly shocked by this scene. At this moment, while the crowd was still in shock, someone recognized Mo Qingyun's identity. I know who he is. Who? Is he? Isn't he from a low-level kingdom, the Xia Kingdom? I don't know if he's from the Xia Kingdom. I only know that he's the Purple Eye from the 100 Countries battlefield. How could there be such a demonic talent in the 100 Countries battlefield? It's him. It must be him. I recognize his purple eyes. He's the Purple Eye. I can't be wrong. Such a demonic talent actually went to the 100 Countries battlefield. Is his family crazy? Aren't they afraid of him dying in the 100 Countries battlefield? At this moment, the surroundings became lively again. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's background. At this moment, Mo Qingyun suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. He was dazzling. Under the gazes of the crowd, Mo Qingyun looked indifferently at Wang Lan and mocked. Now, do you still think that a grade 12 martial soul is awesome? After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Wang Lan's face twitched. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. There was nothing he could do about it. Compared to Mo Qingyun, his martial soul's rank was no different from trash. Every small increase in the grade of a superb martial spirit was a huge difference. Every grade of martial spirit was further divided into 4 subgrades: ordinary, first-rate, high grade, and peak grade. This meant that there was a difference of 6 grades between his and Mo Qingyun's martial souls. Seeing that Wang Lan was at a loss for words, Mo Qingyun ignored her. He turned to the registrar and said coldly, Now, do you still want me to queue up again and register Wang Lan first? After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the registrar was so scared that she peed her pants. She knelt down in front of Mo Qingyun. Young master, I was a snob. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to change. The registrar knelt down in front of Mo Qingyun. Snot and tears streamed down her face as she begged Mo Qingyun. He had no choice but to be afraid. With Mo Qingyun's demonic talent, once he entered the academy, he would definitely be an amazing existence. His cultivation was only at the 8th stage of the Yuan dance stage. He was just a handyman in Dian province and could bully people without any background. However, if he wanted to bully someone like Mo Qingyun, it could only be said that he was tired of living. Don't talk nonsense. Register my information immediately. Seeing the registrar's appearance, Mo Qingyun didn't want to argue with him and said impatiently, "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the registrar immediately got up and hurriedly registered Mo Qingyun's information. Although he knew that doing so might offend Wang Lan, if he didn't do so, he might die immediately. At this moment, he couldn't think of anything else. Soon, Mo Qingyun and Wang Zishu's information was registered. Seeing this, Long Yutian chuckled and put his arm around Mo Qingyun's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Brother Mo, let's go." Since Long Yutian and the other three had arrived first, they were done before Mo Qingyun finished registering their information. "Okay." Mo Qingyun nodded in response and followed Long Yutian to the waiting area. Coincidentally, he had some things to ask Long Yutian. Who would have thought that a grade 13 martial spirit would appear in this year's grand examination? It seems that I have to inform the patriarch of this news immediately. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun and the others left, the registration crowd walked away and a few people quietly left. These people were all sent by the various great clans to investigate the news of the geniuses that appeared in the grand examination. Now that they knew of the existence of Mo Qingyun and the others, they naturally had to report back to their clans. Then, they would try to recruit Mo Qingyun and the others. Not long after, Mo Qingyun and the others arrived at the waiting area. At this moment, many people had already arrived. They were probably the first to complete their registration and were the first to arrive here. On the way to the waiting area, Mo Qingyun asked about the recent situation of Lu Fangliang and the others. After a series of inquiries, Mo Qingyun found out that Lu Fangliang and the others were doing well. Moreover, their cultivations had all entered the Yuan dance stage. Mo Qingyun wasn't surprised by this. After all, they had received the inheritance of the 5 great star generals. Their cultivation speed was very fast. After a simple conversation with Lu Fangliang and the others, Mo Qingyun's expression suddenly became serious. He asked Long Yutian, "Brother Long, are you from the Yin City's Long clan?" "That's right." Seeing Mo Qingyun's expression become serious, Long Yutian's expression also became serious. He nodded in response. "You really are from the Long clan. That's great." Hearing Long Yutian's reply, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately became more excited. He continued to ask, "Then do you know this person called Long Rulin?" "Long Rulin? Brother Mo, why are you asking about Long Rulin?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Yutian's expression immediately changed. He looked at Mo Qingyun with an excited expression and said in shock, "No, Mo Qingyun. Mo, your surname is Mo. How could I have overlooked this key point? And Mo Qingyun, could it be that you are?" At this moment, Long Yutian was really shocked by his own thoughts. His eyes widened as he looked at Mo Qingyun in disbelief. "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Seeing Long Yutian's shocked expression, Lu Fangliang and the others were puzzled. They asked Long Yutian, "Is this Long Rulin's identity very special?" "She is indeed very special. Long Rulin is my aunt." Seeing Lu Fangliang and the others' puzzled expressions, Long Yutian explained with a serious face, "It's just that my aunt encountered something special back then. She fell in love with a young man from an inferior kingdom and gave birth to a son. The young man she fell in love with had the surname Mo. Now that I heard Brother Mo's question, I was so shocked." "You mean to say that, after hearing Long Yutian's words, Lu Fangliang and the others also looked at Mo Qingyun in shock? At this moment, they suddenly understood something. "That's right. I am Long Rulin's son. Mo Feiyu is my father." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Mo Qingyun nodded with a serious face and admitted his identity. After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Luo and the others were stunned. They were really shocked by this news. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Doesn't that mean, after a short moment of silence, Ruo Shui and the others' expressions changed drastically. They instantly thought of the relationship between Mo Qingyun and Long Yutian. Cousin. Mo Qingyun and Long Yutian looked at each other and then burst out laughing. They really did not expect the two of them to be cousins. Boss, after all this fuss, you and Brother Long are actually cousins. This is really surprising. After a short moment of shock, Ling Luo revealed an astonished expression, and he spoke excitedly. I really did not expect this. Mo Qingyun and Long Yutian shook their heads and smiled. They were very surprised by this result. Then, Mo Qingyun's expression turned serious again. He asked Long Yutian, "Cousin Yutian, can you let me see my mother?" This, after hearing Mo Qingyun's request, Long Yutian frowned and said, "Cousin Qingyun, I'm afraid I can't help you with this." "Brother Long, why not?" After hearing Long Yutian's words, Ling Luo was puzzled. He asked, "Isn't Boss's mother your aunt? Moreover, why can't Boss see his own mother?" "Sigh, this matter is not as simple as you think." After hearing Ling Luo's words, Long Yutian sighed and said, "Back then, Aunt's matter was very big. She fell in love with Uncle Feiyu, which caused the marriage with the Lung family to be broken. Furthermore, she gave birth to Qingyun with Uncle Feiyu. This matter brought great shame to the Long family. Because of this, great-grandfather Tiansheng even resigned from his position as the head of the family." After hearing Long Yutian's words, Mo Qingyun and the rest fell silent. They understood the gravity of the matter. The current head of the Long family is great-grandfather Tianren's bloodline. Our bloodline no longer has the right to speak. Long Yutian sighed inwardly as a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. He said angrily, "Ever since great-grandfather Tian Run took charge of the family, he locked Aunt in the Dragon Repentance Valley. Now, even if we want to see Aunt, it's extremely difficult. Another arranged marriage. He doesn't even care if the younger generation truly loves each other." After hearing Long Yutian's words, Ruoxie was dissatisfied. She seemed to be very bothered by it. "Sigh, this is something that can't be helped. Being born into a wealthy family has its own difficulties." After hearing Ruoxie's words, Long Yutian sighed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said to Mo Qingyun, "Cousin Qingyun, if you want to contact Aunt, there might be someone who can help you." "Who?" Chapter 323. Long Hanyan. Long Yutian looked solemnly at Mo Qingyun and said in a low voice, "She's from great-grandfather Tianren's bloodline. She's the strongest of the fourth generation and has a very high status in the Long family. Moreover, she often visits Aunt. If you go and find her, she might be able to help you." "It's her." Hearing Long Yutian's words, Mo Qingyun was shocked. He couldn't help but think of that quiet and gentle girl. "Why, Cousin Qingyun, do you know Cousin Hanyan?" Seeing Mo Qingyun's expression, Long Yutian was also shocked. He immediately asked Mo Qingyun, "I met her once." Hearing Long Yutian's question, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and recounted how he met Long Hanyan. After hearing Mo Qingyun's story, Lu Fangliang and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were all shocked. It had to be said that Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyan's meeting was a little too dramatic. "Boss," after a short moment of shock, Ling Luo's eyes lit up. He pointed at himself and said, "I want to join Carefree Pavilion. Can I?" "Of course." Hearing Ling Luo's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. After replying Ling Luo, he looked at Long Yutian and the others and smiled. "Cousin Yutian, do you want to join Carefree Pavilion?" "Of course we want to join." Hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Lu Fangliang and the others smiled faintly and replied to Mo Qingyun, "All right, I'll talk to Senior Sister Carefree and have her prepare the Carefree token for you." Seeing everyone's decision, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Boss, Carefree Pavilion's leader is a princess. Isn't our Carefree Pavilion very powerful?" At this moment, Ling Luo smiled mischievously and winked at Mo Qingyun. "Are there many beauties in Carefree Pavilion? Can you introduce a few to me?" This, hearing Ling Luo's words, Mo Qingyun immediately looked troubled. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, The number of people in Carefree Pavilion is different for what you think. Including you and the others, there are 9 people in total. 9. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Luo and the others were stunned. They were extremely surprised by this result. This means that before we joined, there were only 4 people. That's it. That's it. Prince. Not at the moment, but there will be in the future. In response to Ling Luo's disappointment, Mo Qingyun shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. Oh, Ling Luo's face was gloomy and dejected. He had been excited for so long, but it was just a fart. Seeing Ling Luo's deflated look, Ruo Shui and Wang Zishu covered their mouths and laughed. Their smiles were alluring and charming. After laughing for a while, Long Yuqian's expression turned serious. He said to Mo Qingyun, "Cousin Qingyun, I think it's best if you don't tell anyone about your identity for now. Otherwise, it will cause quite a bit of trouble." I understand." Upon hearing Long Yutian's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a look of understanding and nodded in response. After that, Mo Qingyun and Long Yutian chatted for a while and asked about the power structure of Yin Capital. After a series of questions, Mo Qingyun had a rough understanding of the situation. In Yin Capital, there were countless big and small powers. However, the real first-rate powers all had Heaven Star border elites. For example, the Wang family was able to become a first-rate power mainly because their old ancestor was a Heaven Star border Stage 2 elite. As for the 5 superpowers, Dian Province was the strongest. They had a Heaven Star border intermediate stage elite. Next was the Blood Refining Hall. Rumor had it that the Hall Master of the Blood Refining Hall was a Heaven Star border intermediate stage elite. However, no one knew the truth. Among the 3 superpowers, the Yi family was the strongest. The Long family and Lung family were on par. None of them had a Heaven Star border intermediate stage elite. At this moment, while Mo Qingyun and the rest were talking, there was a commotion in the waiting area. 10 young men walked out from the center of the waiting area. Their faces were filled with arrogance. What surprised Mo Qingyun was that Wang Lan, who had a conflict with him previously, was among these young men. Judging from Wang Lan's position, his ranking among these youths should be at the bottom. As Wang Lan and the rest walked out, the people in the waiting area started whispering. "That's Lung Chong. I heard that he has a high-grade 13 martial spirit, the Poison Shadow Demonic Dragon. His cultivation is at the peak of Yuan Dan Stage 3rd stage. Tang Su isn't weak either. He has a top-grade 12 Violent Sheila martial spirit, and his cultivation is at the peak of Yuan Dan Stage 3rd stage. 9th Prince, that's 9th Prince Yiyu. He has a high-grade 12 Heaven Shaking Ruler martial spirit, and his cultivation is at the late stage of Yuan Dan Stage 3rd stage. He's one of the top 3 candidates in the grand examination. Long Zhan, that's Long Zhan from the Long family. He has a high-grade 12 Golden Jiao Dragon martial spirit, and his cultivation is at the peak of Yuan Dan Stage 2nd stage. He's also one of the top 3 candidates in the grand examination. Beside them are Wang Lan, Chu Feng, Hun Qian, Bai Yuyu, Tai Yin. They all have grade 12 martial spirits. You're missing a few people. Mo Qingyun and his friends are all highly talented. Their martial spirits are all grade 12 and above. They're different. Although Mo Qingyun and his friends are talented, their cultivation is too weak. They won't be able to become seeded candidates. At this moment, when the crowd in the waiting area talked about these geniuses, their faces were filled with admiration and admiration. At this moment, as the crowd was discussing, a screen appeared in the middle of the waiting area. Once the screen appeared, a ranking was displayed. It measured the potential of these people in the grand examination. First place, Lung Chong. Second place, Tang Su. Third place, Yiyu. Fourth place, Hun Qian. Fifth place, Long Zhan. Sixth place, Chu Feng. Seventh place, Bai Yuyu. Eighth place, Tai Yin. Ninth place, Wang Lan. 10th place, Long Yuqian. 11th place, Lu Fangliang. 13th place, Ruo Shui. 14th place, Ling Luo. 19th first place, Mo Qingyun. When this ranking appeared, the crowd's expressions immediately became excited. They began to discuss the rankings. As expected, Lung Chong is ranked first. However, Lung Chong's ranking is well-deserved. There's basically no problem with the previous rankings. It's just that Mo Qingyun's ranking seems a bit too low. I actually feel that Mo Qingyun's ranking is a bit too high. He's only at the early stage of the 9th level of the true energy realm. With this bit of strength, he's completely at the bottom. I think so too. If it weren't for his high-grade martial spirit, he wouldn't even be on the list. At this moment, the crowd began to have small differences in opinion regarding Mo Qingyun's ranking. They began to debate. At this moment, while the crowd was questioning Mo Qingyun's ranking. What kind of bullshit ranking is this, to actually put boss at 19th first place? When Ling Luo saw Mo Qingyun's ranking, he immediately became unhappy and spoke out. Cousin Qingyun's ranking is indeed a bit low. After hearing this, Long Yutian's expression also froze. He agreed with Ling Luo's opinion. They were all very clear about Mo Qingyun's strength. It definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Hun Qian. While Ling Luo was venting his dissatisfaction, Lu Fangliang's expression darkened. He looked coldly at the fourth name. This person he must defeat. At this moment, while the crowd was looking at the ranking, a few elders walked out from the top of the waiting square. They were the teachers and elders of the Dian province. As the teachers and elders of the Dian province walked out, the waiting square quieted down. Since the registration for the grand examination is complete, I will now explain the rules of the examination. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, one of the elders walked out, revealing a faint smile as he said, "The assessment for this year's grand examination is as follows. Next, you will be given a medal of accumulative points and will be sent to a training ground, where you will be allowed to hunt demonic beasts for a competition. Every time you hunt a demonic beast, you will be awarded a corresponding amount of points. In the end, those ranked in the top 10,000 will be able to enter the Great Yin Martial House. Hunting a monster of the true energy stage awarded 1 point. Yuan Dance Stage 1 awarded 5 points. Yuan Dance Stage 2 awarded 10 points. Yuan Dance Stage 3 awarded 20 points. Yuan Dance Stage 4 awarded 50 points. Yuan Dance Stage 5 awarded 100 points. Yuan Dance Stage 6 awarded 200 points. Yuan Dance Stage 7 awarded 500 points. Yuan Dance Stage 8 awarded 1,000 points. Yuan Dance Stage 9 awarded 3,000 points, and Dan Palace awarded 10,000 points. After the old man explained the points, his face sunk and said in a serious tone, "Although the higher the cultivation of the demonic beast, the more points you will obtain, we do not wish for you to blindly hunt high-ranked demonic beasts. This is because this is not a practice. If you're unable to defeat the demonic beast, you may be killed by the other party and lose your life." Next, the elder went on to explain some of the details. After explaining the rules, the elder let out a faint smile and said, "Next, I will explain the rewards for ranking in the examination. Those in the top 10 of the examination will be able to become the Dean's Elder's personal disciple and receive a large amount of elemental spirit stones as a reward." The elder continued, "In addition, those in first place will receive a bottle of Heavenly Spring Jade Dew. This Heavenly Spring Jade Dew is a rare spirit medicine for refining the body. I believe I do not need to explain its uses. Heavenly Spring Jade Dew." Hearing the elder's words, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately became serious. He unconsciously clenched his fist and thought to himself, "The Heavenly Spring Jade Dew is the main ingredient for refining the Heavenly Spring Essence Quenching Golden Pill. I did not expect that the reward for first place would be the Heavenly Spring Jade Dew. I must get first place. Since that is the case, the entrance examination will officially begin." At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun secretly made up his mind, the elder's expression turned serious and said, "Next, we will give each of you a medal and open the teleportation array to send you to the examination grounds. Chapter 324. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun and the others were being sent to the examination grounds, Dian Province, Hidden Dragon Institute, in a secluded courtyard, student Zhong Yu greets the three elders. At this moment, a middle-aged man around 40 hurriedly walked over. Zhong Yu, you've come? Seeing the middle-aged man's arrival, the three elders in the courtyard lightly smiled and greeted him. They waved their hands and said, "Now that you are the principal of the Hidden Dragon Institute, there is no need for such formalities." Zhong Yu wouldn't dare. Hearing the words of the three elders, the middle-aged man respectfully bowed and said in a low voice, "Three elders, in this year's grand examination, 2 students with martial spirits of the 13th level have appeared. Do you three have any intentions of 2 students with grade 13 martial spirits?" Hearing Zhong Yu's words, the three elders' expressions changed, revealing a trace of surprise. After a brief moment of surprise, among the three elders, an elder with long eyebrows slightly creased his eyebrows and said, "Tell us about these 2 fellows." "Yes, Elder Long Eyebrowed." Huang Zhongyu's expression was respectful. After replying, he said in a low voice, "One of these 2 students is Lung Chong, 4th-generation member of the Lung family. He possesses a grade 13 high-tier Venom Shadow Demonic Dragon Martial Spirit, and is at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yuan Dan realm. That little fellow from the Lung family, I've heard of him before." After hearing Huang Zhongyu's words, the elder with long eyebrows creased his eyebrows, revealing a trace of displeasure as he said, "The younger generation of these large families all have an innate arrogance. If this arrogance doesn't change, their future achievements will be limited. Tell us about the other one." "Yes." Huang Zhongyu's expression was respectful. He nodded in response and said in a low voice, "The other student, Mo Qingyun, comes from a vassal kingdom. He possesses a grade 13 top-tier Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Spirit, and is at the 9th level of the True Energy realm. However, this little fellow is a bit different. He has several grade 12 Martial Spirit students following him." "Oh." Upon hearing Huang Zhongyue's words, the expressions of the three elders changed. The silver-haired elder smiled faintly and said, "It seems like this little guy is not simple. He actually managed to recruit a group of grade 12 Martial Spirit helpers. If we wait for them to mature, they will be a force to be reckoned with." The silver-haired elder's face lit up with interest. He continued, "This Mo Qingyun is quite a scheming fellow. However, I am somewhat interested in him." Hearing the silver-haired elder's words, the long-browed elder creased his eyebrows and said to Huang Zhongyu, "When the grand examination is over, bring that little guy to see us." "Yes, Elder Longbrowed." Huang Zhongyue nodded and immediately agreed. Then, Huang Zhongyue left the courtyard. "Royal family, Yi family. Your Majesty, according to a secret report, in this year's grand examination, other than Lung Chong from the Lung family, there is another student with 13 martial spirits." At this moment, a guard reported respectfully to the king of the Great Yin Dynasty, Yi Jing, "There is another student with 13 martial spirits." Hearing the guard's report, Yi Jingtian's expression changed. Then he smiled faintly and said, "If we can recruit him, that would be a good choice." After thinking about this, Yi Jingtian revealed a curious expression and said, "Tell me about that little guy." "Yes, Your Majesty, Mo Qingyun is from a small family in the Xia Kingdom." The guard replied and reported to Yi Jingtian. "Furthermore, Mo Qingyun has a group of followers. They are all geniuses with grade 12 martial spirits." "There's such a thing." Hearing the guard's report, Yi Yangtian's expression changed again. He became excited and said, "With the talent of these little guys, they will definitely be able to hold their own in 10 years. When that time comes, they will be a sharp blade for the royal Yi family." After thinking about this, Yi Jingtian became impatient. He ordered the guard, "Pass down the order immediately. Pay close attention to the situation of the grand examination. Once Mo Qingyun returns from the grand examination, immediately invite him to the imperial palace." "Your Majesty, I have another thing to report. At this moment, the guard's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a low voice, "It is said that Princess Wu Yu and Mo Qingyun traveled together a few days ago. Furthermore, Mo Qingyun has joined Princess Wu Yu's Wu Yu Pavilion and has become the deputy pavilion master." Worryless, this girl's actions are quite fast. Yi Jingtian was pleasantly surprised when he heard the guard's report. He thought to himself, "With little Wu Yu's relationship, I will have an advantage over the others if I want to recruit Mo Qingyun." After thinking about this, Yi Jingtian revealed a carefree smile. He said to the guard, "Pass down the order immediately. Summon Princess Wu Yu to the Imperial Palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." After hearing Yi Jingtian's order, the guard immediately responded and left the palace. Long family. Family head, there is news from the grand examination. A guard with a respectful expression came to Long Tianren's small courtyard. Oh, Long Tianren's expression changed slightly. He revealed a solemn expression and asked the guard, "What is the news?" "It is basically the same as usual. Other than the various large families, there are also some talented students from the subordinate kingdoms." The guard gave a simple report. Then, his expression became more serious as he continued. "However, this time, a student with a top-grade level 13 martial spirit has appeared in the Xia Kingdom." The guard paused for a moment before continuing. "This Mo Qingyun is not only talented, but he is also surrounded by many talented students. Young Master Yu Tian seems to be very familiar with him. He is from the Xia Kingdom, and his surname is Mo. He is very familiar with Yu Tian?" After hearing the guard's words, Long Tianren frowned. He couldn't help but guess. Could it be his descendant? Once this thought appeared, Long Tianren shook his head and said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be possible. With that kid's talent, he wouldn't be able to give birth to such a child. Furthermore, we saw that child back then. His talent was average, so it shouldn't be the same person. If that's the case, then it seems like I was overthinking it." Long Tianren gave a self-deprecating laugh. Then his expression turned solemn as he ordered the guard, "Pay close attention to the progress of the grand examination. Once Mo Qingyun comes out, send him an invitation. I want to meet him." At this moment, the guard's expression changed. He said to Long Tianren in a low voice, "Family head, I have another matter to report." "Speak." Long Tianren's tone was indifferent. "I heard from my subordinates that a few days ago, Lady Han Yan and Mo Qingyun seemed to have crossed paths. They were traveling together in the city." The guard slowly reported, "There is such a thing." Long Tianren's body froze. His face was filled with shock. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Go find Lady Han Yan. I have something to ask her." "Yes, family head." The guard nodded in response and left the small courtyard, asking for Long Han Yan to come over. After the guard left, Long Tianren's expression turned serious. He clenched his fist and said in a low voice, "Mo Qingyun, what is your identity?" "Lung family. Family head Lung Tianya study." "Family head, according to our subordinates' report, in this grand examination, other than young Master Lung Chong, there is another student with a martial spirit of the 13th level." An old man with a cold expression stood in front of Lung Tianya and reported to him, "There is another student with a martial spirit of the 13th level." Hearing the old man's words, Lung Tianya's expression immediately changed. He was shocked by this news and said in a low voice, "What is that kid's name? What is his cultivation? Tell me everything in detail, as well as where he came from." Reported to family head, "That kid's name is Mo Qingyun. He is from the low-tier kingdom of Xia." The old man coldly nodded his head and reported to Lung Tianya. He continued, "He is only at the 9th level of the true element realm and shouldn't be a threat to young Master Lung Chong. However, although this Mo Qingyun's cultivation isn't high, he is not simple. He has recruited quite a few geniuses with martial spirits of the 12th level by his side. Surnamed Mo from Xia." Hearing the old man's report, Lung Tianya's expression immediately turned cold. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that he is related to that trash? It shouldn't be. That trash wouldn't be able to give birth to such a son. However, regardless of whether it is or not, if this kid can't be used by my Lung family, it would be best to get rid of him to prevent him from becoming a threat to Chong. Immediately pass down the order. Have people pay attention to this Mo Qingyun's movements and recruit him. After muttering to himself, Lung Tianya's expression turned gloomy. He instructed the old man, if he doesn't accept the recruitment, then quietly get rid of him. Do it cleanly and don't let the other families discover it. Yes, Patriarch. Hearing Lung Tianya's words, the old man responded and walked out of the study with a cold expression. Blood Refinement Hall, in a secret room. Hall Master, news has come from the Dian province. In this grand examination, other than the Lung family's Lung Chong, there is another student with a grade 13 martial spirit. An elder of the Blood Refinement Hall had a respectful expression as he reported to the Blood Refinement Hall Master. Oh, there's also a brat with a grade 13 martial spirit. It seems that Sewer is under a lot of pressure this time. Hearing the elder's report, the Blood Refinement Hall Master let out a cold smile and asked, have you found out where that brat came from? That brat came from an inferior kingdom and doesn't have any powerful background. Should we try to recruit him? This elder had an anxious expression as he asked the Blood Refinement Hall Master. It seemed that he was planning on recruiting Mo Qingyun. There's no need. With the nature of those families, they'll definitely try their best to recruit Mo Qingyun. The Blood Refinement Hall Master waved his hand and stopped the elder's plan. He sneered, as long as that brat isn't recruited by the Lung family, it's fine. Also, if my guess is correct, if the Lung family fails to recruit him, they'll probably make a move against that brat. When that happens, you guys protect that brat from the shadows. Yes, Hall Master. After hearing this, the elder said a few more words to the Blood Refinement Hall Master before leaving the secret room. The Lung family, you guys didn't expect that a brat with a grade 13 martial spirit would appear in an inferior kingdom, right? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.